So, good morning, everybody. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your nice words. And thank you a lot for the organization of the Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit. I think it's a great opportunity to present and discuss a broad aspect of issues towards sustainability in the urban scale. I will present in a short number of slides some thoughts, some material towards the sustainable city, from sustainable building to the city scale. A field which is very important, and I think it's in the core of the interests of our department. Taking up 30% of the Earth's surface, urban areas are responsible for as much as 80% of the world's energy demand and at least 70% of greenhouse gas emissions. Among all urban activities, buildings typically host the most significant energy use due to the aggregated energy demand for space, cooling, heating, lighting, and ventilation. Without appropriate and timely interventions, the demand for energy use is only expected to rise under the ever-increasing trend of affluent living standards and urbanization. Facing the threat of climate change, cities around the world follow recommendations and regulations to design for sustainable development and climate resilience. As city-level energy transition and environmental planning strategies become more common, there is an urgent need to thoroughly understand the dynamics of city-level interventions, especially for cities with compact urban environments. In the context of the above, it is considered to be of particular interest to point out, even epigrammatically, the characteristics that connect sustainable urban buildings to the sustainable city as a whole, including the intermediate scales and the main elements of the infrastructure. A continuous chained two-way relationship is created between the building and the urban environment. On the one hand, the energy demand in buildings is greatly influenced by the prevailing climatic conditions and the built environment in which it is part. And on the other hand, the level of energy efficiency in buildings and the operation of the technical means applied to achieve it affect both its immediate and wider urban environment. We have a production chain from building materials to city scale, beginning with the production of building materials in building components. Then we have to plan and construct residential units for our cities, apartments. The apartments are connected in an apartment building, and the apartment buildings are units that they are giving forms to the urban block, to neighborhoods, to the whole city, to the urban environment. The different areas of production and different decision makers in all this production chain. The common goals of all of them is sustainability at all scales of the built urban environment. Different service lifetimes of building elements lead to different replacement cycles and are linked to circular economy principles of the construction value chain in buildings. The building has a certain lifetime as a functional unit. Let's say the 100 years. In this 100 years, we have different life service times of the different main components of the buildings. In this graph, you can see the structure, the building envelope, that means the outer walls, the facades, then the roofs and the mechanical services, and then the finishes. There are different service lives. So in a lifespan of 100 years, we have to make replacements, giving new life to the components and, of course, to the building itself. The objectives of environmentally friendly circular management are summarized in words like this: reduce, reuse, recycle, recover, repair, remove, respect. And following this circular economy principles of the construction value chain, we can say that the building is the end product in a chain, starting with mining materials manufacturing, building materials, construction, service. And then in the lifetime of the building, we have cycles of repair, of maintenance, of reuse or distribution of materials, and of recycling of materials. And in the final phase, we try to have energy recovery and landfill. And we try to minimize the leakages between all these phases. There are very important aspects considering the lifetime of the building, and all these things is very close connected to the environmental problems of our days. The circularity in building renovation has to do with the renovation wave of our times. The renovation wave plays a key role in upgrading existing EU buildings and making them more energy efficient. It will be an important element in achieving a climate-neutral EU by 2050. Adopting circular economy principles in building renovation can reduce the use of materials in existing buildings and minimize emissions embedded in building materials. By avoiding or delaying the use of new materials in buildings, circular economy-based approaches to renovation can help to reduce embedded greenhouse gas emissions, and it is estimated that 20 to 25% of the life cycle emissions of the current EU building stock are embedded in building materials. The most effective circular renovation actions to reducing embedded emissions are extending the lifespan of existing buildings and increasing the intensity of building use. The fact is, reduces the demand for new construction, which consumes more materials than renovating existing buildings. Ambitious circular renovation strategies could save up significant amounts of greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, depending on the scale of renovation. Building renovation based on circular principles can contribute in important ways to achieving climate neutrality, according to some European Energy Agency reports. The circularity in building renovations follows three main objectives that can be addressed through circular renovation actions: increasing the lifespans of the buildings, reducing the need for material consumption, and making use of new generation materials. Increasing lifespans means that we have to increase the intensity of use, to apply retrofitting, to choose long-lasting building materials and products, with the end goal to delay the building demolition. Reduce materials consumption means to use products complying with design for disassembly principles, DFD, maximizing the recycled content of renovation materials with a target to maximize reuse. And the use of new generation materials means that we have to apply prefabricated facades, for instance. It's a method which is try to control better all this chain of materials, from materials to construction of a building component, or to choose bio-based materials and products. Using nature-based solutions, again, based on reports of the European Energy Agency some months ago. How can we define urban sustainability? The general accepted meaning of sustainability, according to the classical definition of our common future, which also known as Brundtland Report of 1987, is the use of resources to meet the current wants and needs of the population, while ensuring that future generations can do the same. In the same report of 300 pages, it is established and underlined that increase the size and population of cities have made the 20th century a century of urban revolution. Sustainable development involves more than growth. It requires a change in the content of growth to make it less material and energy intensive and have been shown to be unsustainable, and increasing demand for resources has posed challenges to cities. Applying sustainability to urban areas means understanding that these areas grow and age and require long-term planning and foresight to ensure that future populations also have a safe and welcoming home there. Even more, sustainability in the urban scale aims to improve the social, economic, and environmental conditions of a city to ensure the quality of life and well-being of current and future residents. Urban sustainability is driven by initiatives that address the challenges many cities face. As climate crisis issues intensify, people and demanding new plans for cities and the urban environment that will provide reliable solutions to address the coming developmental leaks. Excuse me for the Greek title. Sustainable urban development is the development that makes the city a great place to live, work, and visit at all levels and scales of the urban fabric, without displacing problems such as pollution or climate change impacts to other areas of future generations. It promotes welfare and well-being without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, for example, degradation of urban landscapes or depletion of natural resources. This also means that a city, as much as possible, uses local sustainable resources which can be harvested within its boundaries without depleting them and without producing or exporting waste and or harmful emissions. The sustainable city, a concept that started in the 1970s as an eco-city movement that sought to build cities in balance with nature, is now generally defined as a city that exerts minimal damage on the environment while maintaining a diverse and resilient economy, an equitable distribution of resources, and a means of citizen participation. A sustainable city uses as much as possible local sustainable resources, which can be harvested within its boundaries without depleting them and without producing or exporting waste and or harmful emissions. A sustainable city is a great place to live, to work, and visit without shifting problems like pollution or climate change impacts to other regions or future generations. Creating safe, resilient, and sustainable cities is one of the top priorities of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and especially Goal 11 defines sustainable cities as those that are dedicated to achieving green sustainability, social sustainability, and economic sustainability. A city is a complex system consisting of overlapping elements.
Professor Bikas, can I interrupt you? We need to speed up because we don't have enough time.
Okay, how many time?
Just focus on the main things that you need to inform us about.
The urban buildings compose key elements of the city fabric at various levels and scales, forming in combination with the elements of the urban traffic network, squares, green spaces, playgrounds, open spaces, sidewalks, etc., and defining form and image of the smaller scale functional units of the city, such as neighborhoods, districts, etc. This is some elements of the urban built environment in the Greek city. We have the building units, the urban blocks, the neighborhoods, the green areas, from the building to the greater scale, the urban scale. The buildings are key elements of the built environment of the city with a decisive role in its social, economic, environmental, and technical functionality. They provide places to live, work, and enjoy leisure time. They are the core of the urban environment, affecting the social, economic, and ecological aspects of our lives. They are a dominant factor in the infrastructural function in the city and provide many opportunities to demonstrate commitment and distribution to sustainability, both at the building and the city scale. The sustainable building is a basic condition of the sustainable city, and in this sense, it is important to identify the particular characteristics that determine the extent to which it meets the basic requirements of sustainability. It is clear that the mere sum of sustainable buildings in a city does not automatically upgrade it to sustainable city. However, their contribution, depending on the type, size, location, and number of sustainable buildings in a special area, has the potential to be decisive. For instance, we have some great sustainable buildings in Greece, certified with prominent certification schemes. They are nice to visit them. They have brought some light to their environments, but they have not affected the whole life of the city. The most of them are in Athens or in Piraeus. The elements of sustainable building, according to the British Code for Sustainable Homes, is the energy efficiency, the water efficiency, the surface water management, the site waste management, the household waste management, and the use of materials, with some optional elements. And the differences between green and sustainable building is, according to some studies, a number of things like longevity, adaptability, flexibility, efficiency, safety and security, social and economic considerations, and urban planning issues. The green building has less criteria that define its construction and function. And this is another classification. We have started from the low energy buildings to low emission buildings, to green buildings, to high performance buildings, and now to sustainable buildings. And we can see sustainable buildings have to fulfill the most of the criteria of that list. Another report of European Energy Agency highlights on cities and buildings on their potential to contribute to the objectives of European environmental and sustainability policies. Every city has to contribute to climate neutrality, the circular economy, biodiversity objectives, while ensuring a cleaner and healthier environment and providing better social and economic opportunities for its inhabitants. From creating green and blue areas within the city center, to integrating public transport with active mobility systems like cycling and walking, or more effective recycling systems, there are many areas in which cities can take actions in their transitions towards urban sustainability. Challenges of environmental challenges facing European cities are a lot. Some of them, some examples is the heat waves, the sea level rise, severe storms and flooding, water consumption and shortages, forest fires, air pollution, water pollution, energy consumption, solid waste processing, solid waste disposal, stormwater management, decline of native species. And we can see the different levels of performance that buildings have to fulfill in the different scales, from the building to the community scales. Buildings that have to meet minimum regulation make efforts to upgrade energy performance, like the situation of the Greek building today. And in the community scale, we have some quite separate infrastructure and planning issues. The good practice buildings, that means that buildings that have a higher degree of fulfillment in the direction of energy, especially energy requirements in the Greek buildings, have a main emphasis on energy, water, and cost operating performance in the top 50% of new buildings in the European Union. And the conventional community planning, little mixed use of high density. Then we have the green buildings with main emphasis on energy and water. We have mixed uses, medium densities, more public transport, less dominance of private cars. And sustainable building means emphasis of life cycle, net zero greenhouse gas emissions, regenerative building. It's something that it has to be defined further. And if we have to put together sustainability goals versus user behavior and corresponding design proposals and the building and city scales, we have a main list of sustainability targets. That means the reducing of greenhouse gas emissions, the reducing of the consumption of resources, reduce of fuel bills. Our behavior is to use less energy in household and building. And the design feature, the corresponding design feature, is to make energy efficient heating and cooling system, accessible windows for passive ventilation. And then we come to water, to demand for raw materials, to preserve existing ecosystem, improve human health. We have to all of them a behavior addressing the citizens or the inhabitants of the buildings, and then we have the corresponding design features that we have to follow in order to fulfill the sustainability targets. Some short observations regarding our city of Thessaloniki.
Sorry again. It's a lot of information, very interesting information, but it's
the time is
the time is
okay.
flying, I'm afraid.
Okay, then I have to stop better here in the general aspect, and then.
And if we have your permission to share the presentation with the people who are interested, maybe we can upload it on our website. Okay. This goes for the other speakers as well.
Okay, we will see it.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, and excuse for the.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Bikas. This was a really excellent presentation, a very informative presentation with a lot of useful information about urban sustainability. I would like to call now Professor Agis Papadopoulos, who's a professor for energy systems at the Department of Mechanical Engineering of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and director of the Process Equipment Design Laboratory. His main research interests lie in the fields of energy conservation and renewable energy sources, energy and environmental design of buildings, energy and environmental policies. He is since 2015 a visiting professor at the Technical University of Hamburg in Germany. Between 2014 and 2018, he served as vice chairman of the governing board of the Open University of Cyprus. And since 2019, he is the chairman of the board of EIATH, the Thessaloniki Water and Sewage Company, which is one of our sponsors, and we thank you very much for that. So, Professor Papadopoulos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and it's a pleasure and an honor being at the Thessaloniki Summit this year. I would like to share in the next 8 to 10 minutes, a few thoughts with you about the feasibility of transforming, decarbonizing, making more efficient, you name it, we have it, the building stock. Let's take the example of Greece. According to the National Plan for Energy and Climate, before this was revised, but this hasn't changed much, by 2030, we have to reduce our final energy consumption by 38% in all three sectors. And this includes, obviously, the building sector. Just to give you an idea about the tertiary sector buildings, According to the buildings certified over the previous decade, and this is quite a big sample, so we can consider it as reliable, more than 70% of the buildings were performing poorly, needing on average something close to 150 kilowatt hours for cooling and 170 kilowatt hours for heating. That accounts for 3/4 of the total demand. The situation is not much better in the residential sector or in other types of buildings. It varies only a bit considering the use of energy. Residential buildings have less cooling, lighting, they have more heating, and so on and so forth. I focus on energy because Professor Bikas gave an excellent approach about the embodied carbon, about the materials, but I'll stick to energy because this is the primary root of the problem. Why do we have the problem? And Greece is in reality not an exemption, it's rather the rule when you think of Europe. Well, regulations were introduced quite lately, and they were not always enforced strictly, to put it gently. Energy has been for decades quite cheap, and if there is no economic incentive, no one will be convinced or forced to do things. And if we think of the modus operandi of the majority of the enterprises in the tertiary sector or of the residential building sector, everything is focused on the initial cost and how to minimize it. So costs that occur during the building's lifetime, may it be energy, or even worse, at the end of the building's life cycle, disposal of demolition waste, are not really given high attention. The good news is that the savings potential is big. Now, can we do this? Can we make our buildings better? Of course we can. There are technologies. We have splendid building materials. We have excellent heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems. We have, in the meanwhile, outstanding building automation and controls facility. But let's pause for a moment to think of the scale of the problem. If we want to meet the national goal for reducing emissions and energy consumption, by 2030, we should have refurbished about 600,000 residences and another 10% of the building stock of the non-residential sector. And this is a Herculean task. We can do it in a technical way. It's not very clear if we can do it in terms of money, manpower, and willingness. And then there is also another point. We have to think about the integration of solutions. And in terms at least of the engineering aspect, this is where the key aspect lies, because we may have splendid systems, but if we have only separate interventions, then the outcome, let's put it like this, the sum of the factors is not as big as we would like to have it in an integrated way. Hopefully, after 30 days, we will be able to inaugurate the headquarters of EIAT. That's about 700 meters from here in St. Rivani Square. And hopefully, it will be a very nice example of how to integrate all those nice technologies. It was a horrible building from the 60s, and now it will be a building with an entirely different architectural design, high energy efficiency, and to the best possible extent, also using environmental friendly materials. But there is an elephant in the room. And the elephant has to do with the age of the buildings, the degradation, and for example, in the case of Greece, seismic protection. Because improving the energy efficiency of a building or reducing its life cycle or operational emissions is one thing. Strengthening, for example, the bearing structure is another. During the refurbishment process of the EIAT's headquarter buildings, we discovered, we knew it, but it became obvious that we had to reinforce the entire bearing structure, which was built based on design rules of the early 60s. So by no means compatible with today's standards. And this is a very cost-intensive process, and this makes refurbishments also in terms of time and effort and license permissioning much more difficult. And then, of course, we have to speak about money, because without money, you can forget refurbishment. And if we look, let's say, at the state of the art by 2020. Then the cost optimum for a nearly zero energy building, which is the thing enforced by regulations, lies at a certain point.
Professor Papadopoulos, can I interrupt you because we have a problem with the Zoom?
Okay.
The Zoom presentation stuck on the first slide, so maybe Harris can help us
Sorry.
because people are.
PDF is always safer. Yep. Yep. Another elephant. So if we want to make the step or the leap from a zero emission buildings, by the way, which will be the goal according to the new buildings, the coming buildings directive, the increase in the cost and the worsening of the cost optimality is quite dramatic. So we will need lots and lots of money if we want to make zero emission buildings and not only nearly zero or zero energy buildings. Let's see again the plus side. There is a huge market, and this is of course a piece of good news for everyone, from poor academic researchers like us to the industry and everyone who's working on the field. For the next, or in the ongoing decade, thermal insulation market will treble, waste heat recovery systems will increase by a factor of 10, energy efficient glazings by even more than 10, in Europe always, heat pumps by something close to 8 to 10, depending mainly on how things in Germany will develop. The law on the heating system is to be ratified this week in the German parliament. Solar thermal systems, biomass-fired boilers, and photovoltaics, building integrated photovoltaics will also increase by a factor of 5 or 8. So this seems to be very good prospects for the market. Comes, of course, the next question: can the market support this path? And the answer is rather no. If you ask the European Heat Pump Association, they say, guys, we can double our capacities by 2030, but if you need 10 times more heat pumps, that's a problem. Similarly, solar systems, well, insulation producers are doing well, they will manage, glass producing companies will manage. And then, of course, comes the question, how much will it cost us? In 2021, McKinsey published a very interesting study, which has been widely accepted as reliable and solid. And they say that if Europe wants to be net zero carbon, it will have to invest 28 trillion euros in clean technologies and techniques over the next 30 years. 28 trillions. That's roughly 800 billions a year. Greece's GDP is close to 200 billions, to give you an idea. Our debt close to 400 billions. So, and the biggest part of this is the black part of the column on the right, goes to electrification. Of course, we know that. But the second biggest goes to energy efficiency. Now, the same study says that it isn't so bad as it looks. Why? Because the 23 trillion is in reality a reallocation for carbon-intensive investments, power plants, coal-fired power plants, gas-fired heating systems, whatsoever, to zero carbon technologies. So in reality, we would have to spend this amount anyway. But there is still 5 trillions, and 5 trillions, normal guys like us cannot imagine this sum. That has to come from additional capital outlays. McKinsey makes it give us a nice outlook at the end of the day. They say, listen, guys, it's not as bad as it looks because this capital spending will be recovered, because on average, you spend 120 billion euros annually in system operating costs without the additional costs due to climate change effects, see costs of floodings, wildfires, blah, blah, blah. So you will make some earnings or some cost savings out of it. Okay. We talk a lot of money. We talk about products which, and this is probably a piece of not so good news, is not being produced in Europe anymore. PVs, zero added value in Europe, or close to zero, to be honest. Heat pumps, it's getting worse and worse. We're having more and more products from Asia being imported. So if I would like to wrap up this few thoughts, I would say, yes, we have a lot of technological solutions that can give us the answer in how we can reduce emissions and how we can refurbish the building stock in the cities. One key problem, which I also learned in the last 4 years as a chairman of EIATH, energy savings, unfortunately, cannot, well, we know this as engineers, they cannot be measured. They have been calculated and to some extent verified. So they are not bankable. Banks don't like energy saving. They like energy generation because they can measure the kilowatt hours produced and have it as a collateral if things go wrong. So this is where you need some sort of information. It's also not very attractive for politics. It looks much better to inaugurate a new wind park or PV park than to, let's say, renovate 10,000 buildings. On the other hand, we have to emphasize that the true value, the benefit of energy savings, in that sense also emissions reduction, is the avoided cost of energy. And this is not only the cost that we pay, but there's also the cost of subsidies, hidden or not. Last year, the average generation, the wholesale market price of the megawatt hour in Greece was 305 euros. And roughly half of it has been subsidized. We have to remember that. Considering our energy systems on a large scale, for far too long, we applied a demand-driven design approach. We thought, okay, this is the demand, and the mechanical engineers or the electrical engineers will find a way to cover it. This is not right. This is not right. We have to reduce energy requirements. We start from that, from the building level to the electrical system level. And finally, please keep the previous comments in mind. We should keep in mind the need to preserve the European, in that sense also the Greek industry. In my humble opinion, and I may be wrong on that, it doesn't make sense to decarbonize Europe by ensuring working places in Asia. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Papadopoulos, and especially your last remark is really something we need to consider. Now we are going to join online Professor Eden Mamut. Eden Mamut is a professor for engineering, thermodynamics, and advanced energy systems. He is the director of the Institute for Nanotechnologies and Alternative Energy Sources at the Ovidius University of Constanta in Romania. Since 2021, he's a member of the National Consultative Council for Sustainable Development under the General Secretariat of the Romanian government, being responsible for the SDG 7, Affordable and Clean Energy. He's the Secretary General of the Black Sea Universities Network and a member of the Leadership Council of our network, SDSN Black Sea. And a few months ago, he was also elected as a fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science. Eden, can you hear us?
Kalimera, yes.
Kalimera, Eden, Kalimera. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, and I hope that this is going to have more and more audience in order to address a very important issue. Speakers of the urban agglomeration have many different and complicated challenges. So I shall refer to particularly the aspects related to utilities. So following the discussions that and the ideas that have been already presented regarding the very difficult challenge that we have for reaching sustainability, for improving the energy efficiency in buildings. Now the problem of utilities has coming with a different, let's say, perspective. And I would like to draw the attention on the digitalization aspect, because as we know, at present is already a hotspot, discussion that is catalyzing many interest groups and ideas regarding the needs for digitalization and up to where we have to go with this. So digitalization, of course, is something that erupted as a need because of aspects related to improving, let's say, the efficiency of doing the things better for reaching competitiveness. And further on, of course, it has also a very important contribution to sustainability aspects. And in this way, we can see the current architecture of the value chains that are almost, let's say, trapped into this model. So we have the, let's say, digital platforms, and connected to these digital platforms, we have the consumers, the suppliers, producers, but also all the other ecosystems. Is this something that is useful in the process that was mentioned here for the improvement of sustainability of buildings and of the utilities? Of course, we would like to give some let's say, results from the activities that we are developing in the city of Constanta, a very old Greek settlement more than 2000 years ago here on the Black Sea, the ancient city of Tomi, and today one of the most important cities on the Black Sea, the largest port in this area, and an urban agglomeration with about 350,000 inhabitants. So you can see here the Constanta district heating network that has been developed in early 70s in the period of socialism, let's say, system. And due to the capacity of concentrating resources for developing large-scale projects, it was possible at that time to develop a network that includes a heat source as a power plant, plus the heat distribution network of about 70 kilometers pipings for the primary agent, and for the secondary agent with about 220 kilometers of pipings. And on the left side, you can see the northern part of this network, and here on the right side, you can see the southern part of the network, some of the characteristics of this. And of course, the technology that was developed in the 70s, it was an, let's say, up-to-date technology. It was very useful and assured the living conditions for the inhabitants. But of course, it was a continuous need for improving and for investing in this network. Unfortunately, after 80s, it was not possible to catch this process. You can see that worldwide, the district heating systems evolved. Today, we are even, let's say, overpassing the 5G generation, the high efficiency generation that is integrating many different utilities, having as the backbone the district heating system of the urban agglomeration. The problem is when we are discussing about these huge networks of pipings, we are also discussing about the problems related to digging in order to reach those piping systems. And in this way, you could imagine how difficult is this issue. is even more difficult than Professor Papadopoulos presenting the problem of refurbishing the buildings, because the buildings, you have them on surface. Here, it's something that you have to dig much more on that. That's the reason why, if we look here, in 1990 in Romania, there were 315 cities with operational district heating systems, and at present only 47 have kept this district heating operational, but only 15 of them have more than 10,000 inhabitants. So in Constanta, there were many efforts. So there is a dispatch system with a digital platform that is following in real time the operation of each point of the district heating network. You can see all these facilities here, but the need is that, of course, in the last period, due to the, let's call it, very fluid the behavior of the customers in the conditions of open market, then you can see many different, let's say, customers that are migrating from, let's say, district heating utilities to autonomous utilities, or purely they would like to make different changes by themselves. So for that reason, there is the need for having this kind of digital tools. And in this project that we developed, the So What project, that is let's say, focusing on the connectivity of waste heat and use efficiently of the heat within the district heating. We have this tool of rapid prototyping to understand exactly the needs of heat at the moment when we are looking to a specific type of building, to a package of dwellings in an apartment block. There are tools for rapidly considering different, let's say, economical analysis based on different scenario to come and to play with alternative solutions in order to improve, let's say, the economical output. And in this way, to generate alternative businesses, to have ESCO type of companies that are going into market, playing together with the district heating operator, and trying to make this much more efficient. So a tendency that we have seen in the last almost 20 years is the multi-utility integration. So at present, we can see that many utility providers, like let's say gas utility providers, they are migrating into the heat part, and sometimes even to different other types of utility, like electricity, like aspects related to, let's say, internet connection, and so on. So using this project NewsGrids, we have been also involved in an activity together with a large European consortium to develop a tool dedicated to evaluate the for improving the sustainability. So in this way, we have defined in a part of Romania, the Faleza Nord area, a leading laboratory bringing together the heat distribution utility together with solar energy, together with parking facilities, and trying to have a sort of integrated, let's say, approach for the region, for the city, and in this way to develop a knowledge, let's say, base. The problem that we are facing, of course, is that all these applications, they are requiring large databases. You can see here a database that we developed for the aspects related to sustainability and transport in the city of Constanta, where you can see on the left side the huge component related to data collection, data processing, large structures of big data that we have to process. And then based on this data to come up and develop different algorithms and to go on in, let's say, using this data for scientific evidence in the decision making of the city. The data coming together, this pool is generating new needs. So for this reason, our university had to upgrade the, let's say, digital capacities by developing a data center, a dedicated facility that is not only for the use of the university, but also we have a cluster of different partner companies from the municipality of Constanta for, let's say, using together this data center. So the major problem that I would like to emphasize as a conclusion is the fact that this need for continuously, let's say, increasing access to data has, of course, a very important barrier that we have to understand the trade-off between accessibility and data security. So this is an issue that probably in the second part of this panel we can discuss if there will be an interest on it. Thank you for now, and I'm waiting for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Eden. Thank you, Professor Mamut. It was very interesting activities indeed, and I'm sure we would like to learn more about these activities. Now back to our room with Dr. Ioannis Kougias, which is the manager of the Department of Regulatory and Business Analysis at Elpedison. He works on regulatory affairs relevant to the wholesale and retail electricity and natural gas markets, strategic planning, and innovative activities. He coordinates business analysis focusing on the medium and long-term regulatory and business strategy of Elpedison. Before joining Elpedison, Dr. Kougias worked as a program officer at the European Commission at the JRC in Italy. And he holds a PhD from our Department of Civil Engineering of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. Actually, I had the honor of being the supervisor. So it's very nice to have you here with us, Ioannis. And again, I need to mention that Elpedison is one of our supporters. And thank you for that.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Nikos, for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. It's always a pleasure to be back to my university and see some inspiring figures that I met in the past. So I'm very happy for this invitation to be again here. Before coming here, I was a little bit skeptic because I would my presentation will introduce some questions and maybe perhaps some skepticism in the energy transition. But I see that this is a common ground. It appeared in all the presentations. I will focus more on the energy aspect of the sustainability. Of course, this is only one part of the issue, but this is my specialty nowadays. So I will try to analyze in 5-10 minutes the equilibrium between security of supply and the climate mitigation strategies, the energy transition. Last year, I was in a meeting organized by the ACER, which is the regulator of the regulators for energy in the EU. And there was present was one of the directors of DGNR, so European Commission's Ministry of Energy. And it was a very interesting discussion. Actually, it was the assessment of the wholesale electricity market. So the report that Acer presented to assess the wholesale electricity market. And the director admitted that so far we focused too much on our climate goals, on our sustainability, and that was a little bit one-dimensional. However, we realized after the invasion of Ukraine and the war that this is a more complicated issue because we have two other aspects, at least two other aspects. One is security of supply, which we learned the hard way. And then there is another issue, which is prices, so retail prices. And this is something we consumers learned again the hard way. I will go a step back. Yes. Can you use? Okay, no problem. Yeah. Okay, problem. I will go a step back and refer to 2019 EU's package that was titled Clean Energy for All. That was when EU decided to improve, to upgrade the climate targets, introduce a new package in order to fulfill, to deliver the Paris Agreement goals. So in order to be climate neutral by 2050. The package focuses on several priority areas, which is renewable energy, of course, energy efficiency, energy performance in buildings that previous presenters talked a lot. That was new. It was new back then that energy performance in buildings received such attention and priority. There was a governance regulation. So there was the provision that all member states should submit a 10-year national energy and climate plan, which will be their strategy for the next decade. There were some new elements in the electricity market design, and there are two interesting priority areas: the coal regency transition. We have two of them in Greece, and the clean energy of for EU islands, which is of particular interest in Greece. As you can see, security of supply was not a priority, although we already had the invasion, the annexation of Crimea, and EU had already made a lot about security of supply, but still security of supply was not a priority back in 2019. After that, we had the Green Deal, the European Green Deal, which was materialized with the Fit for 55 package, which raised even more the ambition in order to reduce emissions by at least 55% by 2030. Again, the priority of this package is renewable energy. Back then, the target was 40% share of renewables in the final energy consumption. Energy efficiency, again, buildings, hydrogen, that was the new trend. Energy taxation, new provisions for carbon taxation. Social climate fund, that was the realization of the social impact of energy, emission standards for cars, etc. And then the war came and everything changed, and we had to see the new reality that came up because security of supply stepped in and became an absolute priority last year. The EU took action immediately. That was a completely new situation for everybody, for our government, for the EU, for us, for the private company, for the private sector. And the EU introduced the Repower Plan, which is mainly EU's plan to be independent from Russian energy imports by 2027. But at the same time, in order to do that, Repower EU includes even larger deployment of renewable energy. The final agreement is somewhere between 42.5% and 45%, accelerating the rollout of PV. And then there is another very interesting legislative piece of legislation, the acceleration of RES licensing and permit. That's very interesting, and it's very linked to sustainability, because under this framework, the licensing and the permit procedure for renewables, for wind farms, for solar PV farms will be faster and easier. And of course, there were plans for heat pumps, for energy efficiency, for energy supply diversification. That's, again, a very political discussion. So finding new allies to get oil and gas, and eventually become independent from Russia. I will try to be a little bit more specific and provide the main elements of EU's reaction to this crisis, which is the gas storage regulation, which means in short that member states are obliged to store gas every winter. Another regulation to reduce gas demand per force. Solidarity rules. So in case there is an emergency in one member state, the other member states need to provide gas to them. This was especially for gas. Aggregate EU, which is a platform where member states can jointly buy gas, so place orders collectively. And then the very famous market correction mechanism, which is a cap for gas prices, which was a very complicated, let's say, political discussion, as was for natural gas. About electricity, we had several short-term measures. We had the regulation I mentioned before to accelerate the deployment of renewables. That's the official title. But in its essence, it streamlines licensing and permitting procedures. And then we had the very, very important council regulation. This is a temporary regulation to place a cap, a revenue cap for electricity generation. Just to mention here that council regulations are not common. The council regulations, the European Union publishes council regulations in very critical moments, especially in cases of that are linked to military or external affairs, very serious external affairs issues. So seeing that the EU published council regulation for energy shows the gravity of the situation. And then there were some demand reduction obligations and the ongoing reform of the EU electricity market design. Let me talk a little bit about this reform, because that was a very interesting, it is a very interesting topic. It is ongoing. The regulation is still in is draft. It's a proposal for a regulation. So the Commission this year suggested a reform after a very long procedure and a very careful analysis of the existing legislation. The Commission proposed some changes in the way the wholesale electricity markets work. Because of all the discussions we had last year that there were malfunction, the market were not functioning well. At the end, the Commission found that the wholesale markets do function well. So it proposed some amendments that do not change the market architecture, but they do introduce some changes. One of that is adjustment to protect consumers. That's the first element I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, prices. So the effect to final consumers. The second pillar is more renewables, to accelerate the deployment of renewables. And then there is a third priority, to improve flexibility of the power system. That's very interesting and very important, because we talk about renewables, but we forget that it is very difficult to deploy vast amounts of renewables if we don't have storage or any other flexible generation technologies, because these are the technologies that will provide stability and security of supply to our systems. In hours that sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow, we need to have reserves in order to secure supply. And this won't be easy. According the previous Professor Papadopoulos provided some details about the EU plan. I also provide some figures from the Repower EU plan. And by 2030, EU needs to deploy 510 gigawatts of wind, almost 600 gigawatts of solar PV. That's a lot, eh? Invest in electricity grid 600 billion euros, 65 giga of electrolyzers. This is a lot, and I think we currently have 0 or 0.2 or something. And more than 40 million units of heat pumps, which means almost 1 every 10 households. This won't be easy, because the cost and the financing of all this is huge. The licensing of renewables will create issues. It will be very difficult to balance the installations of such an amount of renewables with all the environmental and sustainability restrictions we have. Let's face it, last month there were rumors that the wildfires in Greece are created by installers of wind farms. That was discussed a lot. So we will see that more and more. It will be very difficult to absorb such quantities of renewable electricity. If we install 2 or 3 times the solar, or 10 times the solar PV that we currently have, it will be very difficult to absorb such amounts of electricity produced during noon. And of course, all to balance the generation and balance the grid. And another challenge is to improve the flexibility of power system, or to have a flexible power system that can operate with such an amount of variable generation sources. Storage is making nice steps, but it's still not there. So utility scale batteries need time to mature in terms of technology, but also in terms of market price, cost. And we don't have many other options. Hydrogen is not here yet. I don't know. Personally, I'm not sure that it will be here anytime soon. And we don't have many other options for flexibility. Plus, we have other issues. I chose one because I want to be short in this presentation. This is from last month. So this started offshore wind, which is one bets of our energy transition, will provide large amounts of clean energy. It will give us a solution because wind turbines will be placed far from the land and will have less impact. And because of the wind that is stronger offshore, the wind turbines will be bigger and will be less variable throughout the day and the months. However, this has a price tag, and placing such big infrastructure offshore, it's not easy and it costs a lot. So we see that Ørsted, which is the main Danish developer of such systems, quit the auction in Germany and then delayed its development project in the US that happened in August, 3 days ago. And the Financial Times say that there are rising costs in UK. UK is one of the main markets of offshore wind, because the reason for that is what Bloomberg says, that the offshore wind industry is in a financial hurricane. We have inflation. Anyhow, offshore wind is expensive, and now it becomes more and more expensive. And this is one example of the challenge that we'll face in the following years in order to deliver the energy transition. For this reason, maintaining and developing a flexible system is very important. At the end of the day, it is where the value of the energy lies, because if you go to the wholesale market and you check the prices hour per hour, you will see that in the middle of the day, for example, when solar generation peaks, the wholesale price is very low, it can be 0 or negative, while 9 o'clock, 9 p.m. can be 100, nowadays can be 200 euros. It's very different. So it's the same kilowatt hour, but it has very different value. And we need flexible generation and storage in order to secure supply and provide value to our system. Presently, we have three main options for flexible generation and storage. One is hydro, which again creates a sustainability issue because it's not very easy to develop new hydros in the EU. Even pump storage faces some difficulties. Then we have battery storage, and as I said, the technology is not fully mature. And then we have gas turbines, which have carbon emissions. And they are the main source of flexibility that we have in the system. If we continue to use gas turbines, then we will continue to have lower than other, but still carbon producing facilities. So we have a very difficult choice to make. And I will finish my presentation with some open questions because I don't know the answers on how we want to implement the energy transition. So first of all, for RES, for renewables, will the EU manage to deploy such an amount of renewables, 600 gigawatts of solar by 2030? Will this be coupled with the required investment in grid infrastructure? We have an old grid all over Europe, so will our grid be able to absorb such quantities? And moreover, will renewables development be sustainable? Will it respect the environmental requirements? Then we have another question about natural gas. We know all models show that we will need the gas for at least 15 years until 2035 and 2040. And then our needs will decrease going up to 2050, where we will hopefully be carbon neutral. What we will do until then? Are we going to use natural gas as a transition fuel? Can we afford not to develop our indigenous gas fields? And nowadays, indigenous is also Egypt or Israel. Is it wise to import gas from Qatar and not develop gas fields in Mediterranean? I don't know. I honestly don't know the answer, but I raise a question. And then we have the clean gases question, which is about hydrogen. What will be the role of these emerging technologies? What's the role of carbon capture, utilization, and storage? Will we be able to capture CO2 and maintain our assets, assets that emit carbon? All these are questions that we will see the answers in the following years and show the challenge that we're facing in order to move towards an energy system that is carbon neutral, and hopefully it will be cheap, low cost, but also secure for Europe. I will close my presentation with some good news because I guess I introduced too much questions and skepticism. Last month, our company was selected for another research project. Last year, I announced here in this very summit that we were selected in a Horizon project for carbon capture in one of our power plants. This year, we were again selected in a very big Horizon project. I think it's total budget is about 30 million euros for carbon storage. So hopefully we will have the first and most advanced pilot application of carbon capture and storage in Europe. So let's see how this goes, and let's hope for the best. Thank you very much. Thanks very much for the invitation once again.
Thank you very much, Ioannis. Our last speaker, and this is why I was trying to make some interactions. Sorry about that. We have our colleague, Professor Sergiy Byelikov, from Ukraine. Sergiy is the president of the National University of Zaporizhzhya Polytechnic, after being director of the university until 2021. He is an honorary academician of the National Academy of Pedagogical Sciences of Ukraine, an honored worker of education of Ukraine, a laureate of State Award of Ukraine in the field of science and technique. He is a member of the executive board of the executive committee of BSUN, the Black Sea Universities Network, and he's also a member of the leadership council of SDSN Black Sea. Professor Byelikov, can you hear us?
Okay, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Unfortunately, I can't start my presentation, but I'm really glad to be with you on this conference. It's a great pleasure for me to see you and to hear very interesting reports that are presented. Still, what I must emphasize, that's the problem for sustainable development in Ukraine is now depends on war that exists between Ukraine and Russia since 24th of February 2022. Before that time, for 8 years, it was a process in east of Ukraine, and the Zaporizhzhya district is situated on the southeast of Ukraine. It's very near to the places of war. You see, the problem is that in February 22, Russia started these war activities on 24th of February. And during the first 2 weeks, they occupied a huge territories, including Kharkiv district, Kherson districts, about 70% of Zaporizhzhya district, also Donetsk. Capital, Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. Still, they were not able to take Kyiv. They were stopped, and after that, they left Kyiv region, Kharkiv region, and Kherson. But for Zaporizhzhya, the front line is only 40 kilometers from Zaporizhzhya, and so a lot of missiles were able to attack Zaporizhzhya. We have several civil houses destroyed, completely destroyed, with quite a lot of people hurted. Our university was about 1 kilometer from the missile attack, and that's why one of our buildings remains without any windows. Still, we proceed inward. And the very important thing, I think, it's we have a chair of construction and project design. We teach students online and offline. We have connections with our partners from abroad. And we have very wide plans for a future reconstruction of Ukraine and in Zaporizhzhya in particular. The idea is that we have the so-called monumental task of rebuilding our cities and our infrastructure. The most dangerous, by the way, during the last year, it was Russian attacks on infrastructure objects. They wanted to stop electricity supply and heat supply in previous winter, and most likely they will expect some successes next winter. The requirements we have, that's a massive effort to dismantle destroyed buildings and engineering networks. And also, we are really glad that we have a unique opportunity for Ukraine to adopt European perspective and create modern, sustainable future for our citizens. And the role of our graduates, potential graduates, it's very major task for the next coming years. Our Department of Construction, Production and Project Management continues to train specialists, giving them the opportunity to receive education remotely, defend their diploma projects, and participate in international conferences. And once again, I say that we dream of European cityscape with new ideas for destroyed houses in Zaporizhzhya. The idea is not to restore them as a typical previous Soviet architecture with banal insulation of buildings, but create something different, something new. And the building remains itself, but its appearance change to brand new. We are very glad that Ukraine had cooperation with more than 200 European cities that united to rebuild Ukraine. Their representative, Mayor of Florence from Italy, Dario Nardella, visited Kiev and signed a memorandum with the head of President's office, Andrew Yermak. And that's the plans for Euro cities to bring together more than 200 major European cities to implement reconstruction projects, pool resources, including technical expertise, in response to requests for support from Ukrainian counterparts and assist in finding the find. The problems of energy efficiency would be under question. It's energy efficient windows, doors, and using of renewable energy sources. So, following the support for cities after reconstructions, we hope that Ukraine will win in this aggressive war. And also, we hope that next time it will be better conditions to say of a sustainable future of Ukraine. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Sergiy. Thank you, Professor Byelikov. Thank you for being with us, even remotely. I'm sure that I speak on behalf of everyone that we fully support your efforts and the fact that you are under this aggressive attack by Russia for more than a year now, for a year and a half. We didn't expect things like that to happen in Europe in the 21st century. Unfortunately, they still happen, and they might still continue to happen in the future. And this is something that we need to consider to see how we are going to deal with that. I'm very glad to hear from you that the plan to reconstruct Ukraine after the end of the war, which we hope that it will be soon, is to reconstruct the country in a more sustainable way and not just rebuild what was destroyed. I think this is a great challenge. It's a challenge for Ukraine. It's a challenge for Europe to support this the reconstruction of the country after the end of the war. And it's really very interesting to hear that the plan, the vision, is to reconstruct a sustainable Ukraine, more sustainable cities in Ukraine. I think this is a challenge for every scientist that is working on these topics worldwide. So thank you again for being with us and for sharing your thoughts and your anxiety on this during these very unfortunate times for the country. Now we before breaking, I would like to ask if we have any questions. We can open the floor for a few questions if there are any, either from the room or from people online. Coffee break. Now we are starting the second session. The second session on socioeconomics will be moderated by Professor Zaporizhzhya, who is on his way. He is stuck in traffic, but he will be with us in a minute. But I would like to welcome Professor Phoebe Koundouri from the Athens University of Economics and Business, who is also a member of the Leadership Council of the SDSN Black Sea. She's also the co-chair of SDSN Greece and of SDSN Europe, among many other affiliations. It will take me a lot of time to just to mention the affiliations of Professor Koundouri, so I will give her the floor and ask her to introduce herself and to share with us her thoughts on the topic of discussion, which is the socioeconomic aspects of urban sustainability. Phoebe, are you with us?
Yes, I am with you. I thank you for your kind introduction, Nico, Professor Theodosiou. You just need to allow me to open my video, to start my video, and onwards I will share my slides and start my talk.
Okay. Can you see if you can share now?
You can see me now. Very good.
We can see you.
And can you see? Can you see my?
Yes. Now we can see your presentation as well.
Excellent. Okay.
Thank you. So,
Nico, thank you so much for inviting me to talk about the economic aspects of the sustainability transition. We've been friends and colleagues for a long time, and we've been supporting the Sustainable Development Solutions Network in all possible ways that we can. You as Black Sea chair, Black Sea Network chair, and me as co-chair of the European and the Greek one, but also as the chair of the Global Climate Hub. And it is important for us that we are able to support the scientific efforts of SDSN, because this is the biggest network of researchers, universities, and research institutions focusing on sustainability. And we strongly believe that the sustainability transition, the transition to an economically efficient, environmentally resilient, and socially equitable transformation of the current economic and social system and its interaction with nature is absolutely crucial. And it is the only way that we can really escape this multi-crisis that we are facing. The multi-crisis of slow economic growth, inflationary pressures, repeated epidemics, and some escalating to pandemics, increased severity of the climate crisis and ecosystem collapse, together with increasing inequalities across the globe. And this is why we support the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, because its mission is to support the implementation of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of Agenda 2030, with the 169 targets within them. These goals include SDG 13, which is about the climate crisis. And in this presentation, I will focus on SDSN network. And before saying that, let me just quickly say that no SDG is fully implemented without the other SDGs being implemented. We see this effort to support the transition to climate neutrality and climate resilience as an integrated option, as a very holistic effort that tries to take into account all the economic, social, and environmental issues relevant to climate change. So the Global Climate Hub has 9 units, one focusing on climate data and digital applications, one focusing on atmospheric physics, one on climate and energy modeling, one on land use and marine use modeling, climate and health, innovation acceleration for climate neutrality and climate resilience, the just transition, and this is the socioeconomic pathways that derive from the energy and land use modeling. And then we have 2 units that support the wider implementation of the pathways derived by our modeling, which focus the 8th unit on participatory approaches for co-designing the pathways in a way that all stakeholders are involved in it and and engaged with the pathways, and in this way they feel ownership of the pathways and they can implement it. And finally, of course, in order to engage in a transition, you need to have knowledge about the transition and the benefits that the transition will bring, the benefits to the greatest society require knowledge, skills, and education for this transition. Today, I'm just going to focus on the socioeconomic aspect and very quickly navigate you through the work that we do on the socioeconomic analysis of the transition. I will focus mostly on some results from Europe, although I should clarify that the hub is a global hub trying to develop transition pathways, energy system transition pathways, transport system, land use system, and marine system. Transition pathways to sustainability, climate resilience, and climate neutrality for each and every nation in the world. However, I should also confess that most of the completed work is focused in Europe, and that's why I'm going to give you some socioeconomic results that derive from our work that focuses on Europe. Every year since 2019, we publish a report which is focused on the joint implementation of the SDGs and the European Green Deal, and basically tries to identify the connection between these emblematic initiatives, agendas, how well the European Green Deal transposes the SDGs into implementable policies, and how one can actually finance the implementation of the European Green Deal and the SDGs. It's a big team working on this. With regards to one report that adds on a global scale to what we do in the European report on the SDGs and the European Green Deal. I want to mention the Lancet report for COVID-19. I was honored with chairing the task force on green recovery. And there we have identified the sectors which which are instrumental for a green recovery from COVID. And this was, of course, the energy sector. And the recommendation there was to shift from fuel-based to minerals-based energy production, storage, and distribution system. The agriculture and food sector to be directly linked and managed in an integrated way with the environment and ecosystems. So to explicitly take into account the environmental and ecosystem effects and a contribution of the agri and food sector. Housing and urbanization, another crucial sector, the health sector, and of course, geoengineering to help removing CO2 from the atmosphere. These were general global sector recommendation focus in the Lancet Commission for COVID-19. And now I will try to very quickly sketch the results from our work on the connection between the SDGs and the European Green Deal and the socioeconomic narrative that derives from it. First, we tried to do a machine learning textual analysis for the connection between the European Green Deal and sorry about this, the European Green Deal and the SDGs. And I'm trying to find the correct slide to show you the results. The general result of the textual analysis was that it's the European Green Deal really supports the implementation of the SDGs, and at the same time, the European Green Deal fails to pay due attention to some aspects of the SDG transformations that are very important. These aspects have to do with the social requirements for the transformation. So if you look at this slide, you will see that this analysis indicates that the main focus of the European Green Deal policies are SDG 13 on climate action, SDG 9 on industry, innovation and infrastructure, affordable and clean energy, responsible consumption and production, and decent work and economic growth. Which is fine, but it's not inclusive enough. And the fact that it's not inclusive enough makes you wonder which are the areas that we are not paying enough attention. And the areas that you're not paying enough attention become obvious in this slide, where we sketch the weight of already launched European Green Deal policies on facilitating the implementation of the 6 transformations that are relevant for the SDGs. So we have 17 SDGs, but they can also be summarized in terms of 6 transformations. These transformations are transformation on education, health, energy decarbonization, sustainable food, land, water, and oceans, sustainable cities and communities, and the digital revolution for sustainable development. The European Green Deal, as you see on this slide, is very efficient with regards to supporting transformation on energy decarbonization and sustainable food, land, water, and oceans, but is less efficient with regards to sustainable cities and communities and digitalization, and quite weak with regards to education, gender inequality, health, well-being, and demography. This weakness is worrisome because when you're trying to achieve a very significant transformation, and when you try to achieve this significant transformation, socioeconomic transformation, in a very limited amount of time, 2030 and 2050 are the 2 crucial deadlines, you really need social cohesion. And if you don't have the policies and the financial instruments that are going to support the social cohesion, then you don't stand good chances in terms of succeeding. And so one crucial recommendation is that the structural funds that will come after the recovery and resilience funds should focus more on social cohesion policies, because the recovery and resilience fund focus more on green and digital policies. Remember, you had to propose a project that was at least 37% climate relevant and 20% digital relevant. So now we need to pay enough attention and line enough finance to social cohesion policies. Another question that we dealt with is on this slide that actually identifies how well the European semester process, this 6-month process that sets guidelines for each EU 27 nation on how they can better align with the European average, showcases that there is a lot of consistency between the SDG implementation performance and the recommendations of each and every country during the semester process. So basically what we did is that we cross-compared the results from our European SDG report that we publish every year as SDG Europe. And this report tells you how each country is performing according to the 17 SDGs and the 169 targets within these SDGs, using 250 KPIs to measure the performance. And we evaluate the current situation with at 4 different levels: on track, which is showcased with green, facing challenges showcased with orange color, SDG facing significant challenges, challenges is yellow color, significant challenges is orange color, and red is very serious challenges, actually diverting on the opposite direction from what the SDG is recommending. And we also create trends towards 2030, which is the deadline for implementing Agenda 2030. And then we cross-compare the semester process recommendation, the European process recommendation, and we find how much alignment there is between low performance in an SDG and existence of a recommendation with regards to what that SDG is actually suggesting. On the whole, we find that for the whole of the EU level countries, we have an alignment of more than 72%, which is actually a very important alignment and shows that the European semester process is in alignment with SDG performance and validation. Next question that we tackled is how one could actually evaluate the way we spend the recovery and resilience plans money from the 750 billion that was allocated to RRF, and how well in our research, which was machine learning research, basically means how well they align with the SDGs performance and the need to put more money in one SDG rather than the other. And here are the results of that. Let me find the results to showcase that to you. My slides are being a bit funny today, but basically what we find in these results is that the RRF money were well spent. However, they were mostly spent, and you can find the report on SDSN website. The RRF money were mostly spent on areas like decarbonization and areas that had to do with climate mitigation, much less so on climate adaptation and upskilling and reskilling, which is needed to protect incomes and to protect livelihoods for extreme weather events. So again, we see a medium, let's say, efficiency in terms of the allocation of funds to where needs are identified. The next question was how well we integrate the value of natural and cultural capital in our approaches in the European Green Deal, and how well different countries do that. Very quickly, in order to produce, you really need produce capital, the accounting capital, you need human capital, and you need natural capital. And we environmental economists have developed over the last 70 years many statistical methods and econometric methods that allow us to evaluate the monetary value of the different ecosystems of natural capital that are crucial for the sustainment of production and consumption processes. And what we did was to really use original studies that are in the thousands and try to identify the monetary value of terrestrial, marine, and freshwater ecosystems, break down these ecosystems into their ecosystem services, provisioning, regulating, culture, and supporting services, and evaluate how much the different representative resident, representative taxpayer in each country is willing to pay for an increase, a unit increase in the ecosystem services of the 3 ecosystems, terrestrial, marine, and freshwater, for the 14 biogeographical and marine regions of Europe. And we have results on the marginal willingness to pay by ecosystem and correlation between willingness to pay for improvements in ecosystem services and the achievement of high performance of the relevant SDG. And you can, in this way, see that the level of awareness by the citizens of the value of natural capital, of the value in their production and consumption processes, of the value of natural ecosystem services, makes it easier for the SDGs that are relevant to environmental sustainability to be implemented. And we did a relevant analysis for cultural heritage, which is also very important. And we again find that the economic value of intangible cultural heritage is largely influenced by spiritual aesthetic values in European countries, and that the education level does not seem to have a clear influence when you are considering European countries. When you are considering non-European countries, the willingness to pay is mainly driven by symbolic and social values, and younger individuals with higher level of education are more willing to pay. I am sure.
Phoebe,
Yes,
can I interrupt
I will
you?
conclude.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I will conclude. I'm showcasing all of this just to convey the information that it is important in your analysis of socioeconomic pathways, not to just integrate financial values, but also values that are outside markets, that are not financial, but are crucial. And these are values of a natural capital, cultural capital. And of course, in all this system, it is very important to have the correct way to calculate net present values and deal with the long-term pathways and capital that should be sustained in the long run. And we have developed a methodology for declining discount rates that allow you to calculate net present values by giving enough emphasis, not just to our willingness to have something today rather than tomorrow, our impatience, but also our prudence in conserving natural capital, for example, that is crucial for our welfare. And we are developing a huge database and a tool that will allow policymakers and practitioners to calculate these external values very easily, because the tool has all the statistical calculations inside, so that these values are incorporated in cost-benefit analysis. I will close with one other issue, and thank you, Nikos, for allowing me this one additional minute. One of the difficult thorny issues about global public goods like climate change and ecosystem collapse is that we need all the countries to be on board on these transition pathways. However, this is easy for the developed world, where there is fiscal space and where there is ability to get cheap loans from multilateral banks and private funding. For the developing world and emerging markets, is very difficult because these are high-risk countries, and when the multilateral financial system is faced with high-risk countries, then they give loans with short maturity and very high interest rate. However, we know that investing in sustainability is a high return exercise, is a growth generating action. So what we need, and this is what we are trying to stimulate as the group of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences that is working on restructuring the global financial infrastructure and also working with the UN General Secretary, is first that we need to tackle the high cost of debt and rising risk of debt distress, including by converting short-term high interest borrowing into long-term, more than 30 years debt at lower interest rate, and then massively scale up affordable financing from multilateral banks. We need to get the developed world invest in the SDGs, and in order to do that, we know that we have to give long-term loans and low interest rates to invest on education, on reducing poverty, on increasing quality of health, and so on. I will close here saying that we also have a lot of work on the private involvement in financing the transition to sustainability, a lot of work of how companies should transform with regards to ESG and SDG criteria. We've developed tools for companies and financial institutions to be able to make the transition. And I'm also working as the president of the World Council of Environmental Economists on an initiative to create a report, a global report on the socioeconomic narrative for the transition pathways to climate neutrality and climate resilience. At the moment, the IPCC report, where I participate, calculates the cost of different scenarios of actions and inactions. We know it's very expensive to not act, but we don't yet know who and how we will finance the action, who and how we will finance the energy transition and the land use system transition. And this is what the Global Climate Hub is working on. And this is a global report that I am trying to initiate with Jeff at the UN level and provide detailed implementable transition pathways for each and every country, and give with that not just the recommendation of which technologies and which policies, but also how you finance this transition and how you care for the vulnerable that will face regressive effects from this transition. Thank you for your patience.
I'd like to apologize for being for some minutes late. Nevertheless, this did not affect the flow of the program. We can proceed with the other two being present here, very distinguished speakers, and following the schedule, which is not always the case in Greece, but let's make an exception. I would like to give the floor to Marina Stefanova. Marina is associate professor in the University of St. Clements Ohridski in Sofia, and she's a very good friend of all of us and a very active person in terms of not only analyzing but also contributing to the realization of SDGs with several academic and non-academic or outside of the academy activities and initiatives. Marina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Zaporizhzhya. Dear colleagues, it's really a pleasure and an honor to be here and to be able to contribute a little bit to your discussion related to the sustainable cities and urban development. So I'm really happy that we started our collaboration almost half years ago, quite strongly in relations to the looking for and sharing sustainable solutions. I believe that the role of academia is also focused on being able to contribute and to collaborate within all the other stakeholders. So when I was preparing for this discussion, I was really thinking of not exactly what the characteristics of a sustainable city would be, because it is, we can look at this issue from a very, very different perspectives. And we saw already the technical one and the engineer viewpoint in the first session. In the second, of course, I would like to thank very much for our professor colleague from Athens University for the socio-economic but macroeconomic point of view, going deep into the policy and the analysis of their impact. So we can also go from the architecture perspective, but what I would really like to do and to focus is from the people's perspective who use and who live and who build the cities that we are creating or we are being able to use. So the two stakeholders that I wanted to focus our attention also or bring to the table are the two main target groups on which our work in Sofia University in the Faculty of Economics is in fact focused on. And the first one is the youth, because these are the future generations which are really having the power, but also the passion to be able to bring some changes in the very old, structured and formal environment, just like is one city, because we know that the planning of a city starts at least 50 years from here, at least. And what is their role, how they can contribute, how they can challenge us to make better cities. Unfortunately, not with the idea that our colleague from Ukraine said that we have to rebuild it from scratch, nevertheless keeping some of the old things. And not for these reasons, but to improve the way we live and the way we collaborate. And the other very important stakeholder, and I think that our colleague from Athens already mentioned, is related to the businesses. And why? Because some of the businesses are really bringing the investment part, or they are answering to this question, which politicians usually don't have an answer, how we can bring more money on the table. Why we have to think that this is not about the expenses, but it is about the investment, and when there is this kind of a social return on investment, because it goes together. So bringing this again on our discussion, I would really like to see and to put some of the techniques and just to mention some of the initiatives that I think that are worth investing more or multiplying probably, of how to bring youth. One of the things that I believe academia is all about is being able to bring the community within the academia, outside, and making impact for all the other people around, not only from the curriculum activities, but also from the extracurriculum activities. And what I can see is that having this opportunity to collaborate very, very strongly using the digital technologies, which are enabling us to bring all the things within the stakeholder perspective, not only from the public to the from the governance to the implementation level, but also within the co-creation, collaboration in co-implementation or co-analysis is something that we need to focus more and to put more emphasis, whether we speak about the rural government, the local government, or government in local areas, and be able to bring places. And some of the best practices that I've read around, and I think that you also met, are focused first on being able to take collective decisions, how we can plan the areas, and second, how we can co-finance the areas, because we live there. It is not only a responsibility of the local government, the local budgets or state budgets to fund all the things that we do. We need to do it like a street fairs. We can do it like a voluntary work. We can do it like businesses, public-private partnerships like that. to make the cities more lively, not only more safe, but of course safe is much more important, or healthy and or sustainable, as we saw with the engineering proposals and challenges we have, but also more lively and more engaging. Because one of the things that I believe it is also bringing back to the business and back to our realization as socio-economic entities is also the productivity. And we know all that the productivity comes from collaboration and from connecting people, connecting infrastructure, and being able to bring the added value on that. So this is something, again, that we can discuss a little bit more. And one of the things which really is underestimating, or maybe because we don't have sociologists and psychologists on the table, is the sense of belonging. And this is something that I also would like to raise on the table, because you know that there are quite a lot, not in every cosmopolitan city, even here, when you walk around, what you can see are people who are homeless. So how to include them, because it is an inclusivity, like a process that we need to focus on, building an inclusive society and community, not only city. When they have no address, when they have no belonging, they don't know how to contribute or how to participate. So one of the things I believe, and there are a lot of good lessons if you didn't pay attention on that or didn't focus your researches, of how people from the slums, where there are huge amount of slums in the cosmopolitan cities around the world, build programs to include these people, because they're looking for some kind of a job or some kind of a way out of poverty. And what we need to put them is that they are also part of the, one of our colleagues in the last session said, ecosystem of our city. So it is also the sense of belonging that we need to focus on, and we need to create and upgrade on this in this process of building not only a sustainable but inclusive as part of the sustainable city. And speaking again about the, so I believe that youth can bring this in many directions, and I believe that because these are cities not only to them that we built or we give them as a heritage, but also for them. And for them, this means that we need to include them in the very beginning, starting from probably from the secondary school. I mean, like an active process. And then speaking about the businesses, it is again something that I really wanted to focus on, because businesses are not part of the problem unless we treat them like that. So sharing the responsibility of co-creation should also go in the way of putting part of the responsibility. We know that the Sustainable Development Goals were created within the active participation of the business as a stakeholder. And they took the responsibility for the lack of public finance. For it is more than 60% of the public money, of the money that we need, which are not covered by the public sector. So focusing on that, the thing that businesses promise to give is the creativity, because they can bring from zero to something. Is being able to be usable by the people, evaluated by the people, also paid by the people, engaged by the people, like employees or like clients who are using the products. So something that is missing in the European policy up to now, in my opinion, will just fill the gaps. Unfortunately, it is a little bit slowed down, and we know why. Hopefully, the next European Commission will focus much more on the just transition, not only on the green one. And focusing on that, we need to elaborate these kind of tools, which are both practical but also political, in order to be able to enable this transition of the businesses which are building affordable housing, but also accessible housing. And this also goes with the health and with the education. And we saw from the previous slides that these are the gaps that we are missing, because businesses are usually not that fond of our academic research and how to say, final recommendations, because they cannot see them as real practical steps. And for me, instruments like this soft types of tools. Nevertheless, it can be digital, but also political, just like the social taxonomy, will enable them to be able to distinguish what society and community needs in order to become more sustainable. So some of the things I just wanted to put on the table and to continue our discussion. And of course, I don't have a formal presentation, but we can share some experience at what we do or what we've seen around while exploring the topics. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Marina is keeping exactly the way how we thought to structure the discussion in this session, having initially a contribution of the speakers, as we had also by Phoebe, and then based upon the insight that they have brought to continue with a more, how to say, friendly and constructive discussion. Allow me only to make some very short points and comments from the contribution of Marina. First of all, I think that, yes, it is clear that it is easier to discuss about environmental sustainability as it has an easier way to create agreement in a broader sense. But when we are starting to discuss about social or economic sustainability, the different approaches and the different interests, the different social interests, the different economic interests come into the play and make the discussion even more demanding. In that sense, I'm also happy to be an economist, but in any case, we would like now to call in for his contribution, I dare to say my colleague, Emeritus Professor of Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, Zacharias Scouras. Zacharias is also the president of the alumni of Aristotle Thessaloniki, University of Thessaloniki. And coming from the positive sciences, he will contribute in the use of his positive thinking in the discussion about socioeconomic sustainability. Also, Zacharias is an active member of, from my understanding, an important movement which shows how academicians, together with active society, can contribute to a fruitful discussion about the future of the cities. And the specific movement where Zacharias and myself are participating has to do with the future of a nearby lying great area, the area of the International Fair of Thessaloniki. And I think that based upon this example, it will be also his contribution.
Thank you very much for
sustainability in urban spaces. Thank
the
you.
invitation. I thank very much Nikos. I thank you very much, Grigoris, for this call. So I'll try to, with my turn, to say something about sustainability. What actually I understand about sustainability, because I have some problems to understand the term, let's say, the definition of what is sustainability in a planet which is not sustainable. We need to do something with this planet. So I will try to read in order to save time. So I try to do. Okay, in the next few minutes, I will focus through the look of the biologist, because I'm a biologist, on life, and especially on urban human life and its environment, physical and social, in which life develops and evolves, taking ground from Aristotle's holistic thought. In addition, I will give some examples that could help our living in our city of Thessaloniki. From the conversion of the International Exhibition of Thessaloniki, TIFF, into a metropolitan park where the citizen will be able to breathe and be healthy and enjoy art, planting, greenery, and culture in general in an active way. So let's start with now, according to Aristotle, I'll give some definitions on that. How can do? what I have to do, or something like that. That's okay. So according to Aristotle, nature does nothing either imperfect or in vain, and the purpose of nature unceasing, innate, and definitely of a higher order than a man. Aristotle say that 2,400 years ago. Life, according to Aristotle, is a continuous interaction of the parts that make a living being up and the environment in which this living being lives. Man is a political living being, and more particular, animal. Having defined these concepts, he considered that the best system for human coexistence, symbiosis, is democracy, where through the triptych citizen, city, state, politis, politia in Greek, both the city and the state, the ethics and laws governing the society should lead to eudaimonia of the citizens. And to achieve eudaimonia, he introduces the term mediocrity, mesotita in Greek, the avoidance of extremes in emotions and passions in civil society. Recently here in Thessaloniki and all over the world, we faced and we still face the COVID-19 pandemic, and through that, values for our lives, which we had buried in the context of the phenomenal development, emerged and led to a reconsideration for our relations with nature, environment, city, health, science, culture, economy, and society. The adventure has not finished. We are waiting in the times to come, to be tested by other forms of life, dangerous to our life, to our existence. We do not need closed environments, blocked by concrete and asphalt roads, cramped buildings, sunless, where the air does not pass and the microclimate allows the development of these dangerous life forms. We urgently need open environment, well-ventilated places, oxygen, working spaces, free space of gently gathering to build and contributed mild forms of sustainable growth, balance of nature and life. This is a picture of Thessaloniki. So let's let the air of the hills, a natural passage from the Seixu, meet the breeze and the air of the sea. We have no other solutions. The greenery, which for other cities is an institution, self-evident. For us, with approximately 2 square meters per inhabitant, instead of at least 10 square meters for other European citizens, is a dream. A dream that is in our hands to make it become true. Scientists know and advise, and we know the biogeochemical cycles of oxygen, of carbon dioxide, of nitrogen, of hydrogen, of phosphorus. And we know how destructive their imbalance is to nature and our lives. Keep in mind, this is very biological, keep in mind that the interaction of these 5 chemical elements builds our genetic material, the DNA. The mutations at an incalculable cost to us and our descendants. Look the picture and on the right, you'll see these 5 elements. The construction of the molecule of life is built up by these 5 elements. The convention of the International Exhibition of Thessaloniki, TIFF, in a metropolitan park, it is an emergency where the citizen will be able to breathe, to be healthy, live and enjoy art, planting, greenery, and culture in general in an interactive way. All this are neither political nor social extremes, nor conspiracy theories, which some who consider themselves politicians used as an alibi. Let's bend on our problems. Let's let our conscience guide us. Time is getting on. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share with you some thoughts about a harmonious symbiosis where the breath, the movement, the health, the culture, and life of the citizens will be among the greatest assets of our city, of their city. Thank you very much. I think that was the most short, let's say, in this table, right? Okay, thank you very much.
But with a big message. Okay. Thank you very much, Zacharias, Professor Scouras. It is exactly a type of an evidence how the theoretical approaches in a philosophical sense can be linked with very specific and concrete requests with respect to the daily sustainable life and development of a city. This is also the connection that we should try to set in all our activities. And following a message that I received in the last hours from a colleague of mine, this is also a request to, this is the response, a type of a response, a good example of the response in a request to link our theoretical and empirical scientific work with actual actions and with actual proposals and contributions for the daily development and living of a city. Now, before going into the discussion, because unfortunately Professor Papadopoulos will not be able to contribute live, he sent me some of his thoughts, and given that he's a close collaborator of mine in the School of Economics in our faculty, he asked me to proceed with presenting the main issues that he wanted to contribute in the discussion, and asked me to do it for him. There are two issues that he would like to contribute to put on the table, given the discussion for the socio-economic sustainability, and especially in urban environments. The first has to do with the term of economic externality. And actually, in a way, it relies also upon the problematic that was discussed by Marina. When we are using this term economic externality, what we simply mean is that sometimes there are informations with respect to the benefits or the costs, in general with respect to the effects that are related to an economic action, to an economic activity. And these informations are either deliberately or because it is not possible missing, and they are not taken into consideration from the people who are responsible for deciding how to act and in which direction in economy. For instance, the case of any negative results to the environment from a productive activity that is not incorporated in the calculation of the costs of this activity, either because deliberately is being hidden, or because it is not known at the present time when this activity is being realized. It's an externality. The externality could be also a positive one. If we're acting economically in a direction and there are benefits created which are not being taken into consideration by those who are involved in the specific action. Whenever we have positive externalities, the problem of the market is that the outcome of the free economic activity is to undersupply the specific service or good which is produced. The problem of negative externality is the opposite. Whenever we have costs that are not being taken into consideration, the result is that from the free economic activity, you have an oversupply of the specific service and good with respect the under and oversupply with respect to the actual needs and to the maximization of the net benefit for the society as a whole. And why I'm saying that this, as I understood from the contribution also of Marina, is related to the problematic that presented by her. Exactly there is the point when we are dealing with the necessity of including in the discussion and the development of sustainability and the success with respect to the sustainable goals, sustainable development goals. Exactly there is the problem when we are trying to involve, and we have to involve, this is not functioning otherwise, the private initiatives and the contribution of firms or the contribution of investors or the contribution even of consumers and active citizens from the side of the consumption, of responsible consumption, as we always say. The problem is that whenever we are trying to do that, we have to be sure that the informations, that all the information related to the results, to the effects of the economic actions, need to be clear and taken into consideration. All the information with respect to the negative effects, to the costs, and all the information with respect to the positive effects, to the benefits. If this is not the case, then it may be that we will have creativity, we will have innovation, we will have efficiency in the way how the economic result will be there, but this will not be related to the maximization of the welfare for the society. And this is exactly the core of the problem when we are dealing with socioeconomic sustainability. This is the first issue that we wanted to put on the table. So to consider always the incorporation of all information in the decision-making, being either private or public. The second is that there is a need to discuss also the necessity of public investments. We, in the modern times, we more and more focus in the necessity of private investments, which is also absolutely the case. But we tend somehow to underestimate, now we went in the other side, so to say, we tend to underestimate the importance of public investments. And for that, for instance, in the case of, in our case, in case of Greece and Thessaloniki, there is an ongoing, also because of, we are now in the middle of a period where elections are coming for municipalities and regional governance. There is an ongoing discussion again, especially for Northern Greece and for Thessaloniki, which speaks about the fact that the efficiency in the way of utilizing and investing towards the goal of urban but regional also sustainability of public funds being out of the funding from Brussels or of national sources. The efficiency is not there. And another thing that we wanted to contribute, Dimitri is going to contribute to the discussion, is that actually this lack of efficiency is not only, but it is also because, hello, Constantina. It's also because of the fact that we don't succeed to realize the initially planned and scheduled activities on time. I give you very short example, what we mean thereby in broad senses. The degree of utilization of funding from the Greek regions and also from the Greek state within the 7 years period of programming periods of the European Union, at the end is always more than 100%, at the end. And at the end means also 1 or 2 years after the programming period, the 7 years programming period. This shows the experience till now. However, if we check how during the 7-year period this has been involved, is totally different. In the beginning, we are below the straight line of utilization of the foreseen funds and of the realization of the foreseen activities and programs, much below the line. Afterwards, in the last 2 years, we are trying our best in order to absorb the lacking funding and also to overshoot it at the end above 100%. But thereby, we are realizing activities and programs which have not been planned at the beginning, do not have necessarily so much to do with the actual needs of socioeconomic development in a sustainable way or not. And at the same time, most of the times, or in many cases, we are also facing the criticism and the punishment in terms of financial punishment from the side of the European Union. So this, at the end, the percentage of utilization is high, but the fact that during the whole period is not being realized in an efficient way is one of the main reasons for the lack of efficiency in terms of utilizing the existing public funds for public investments towards the support of socioeconomic sustainability. Those were the 2 points that Professor, together with Professor Psaltopoulos, we thought that we have to put on the table. Now the floor is open. I don't know, do we have the possibility also to have contributions from the people who are connected? The floor is open for questions or opinions that need to be mentioned, and then I will give again the word to Zacharias and Marina. Professor Mousiopoulos.
First of all, I apologize for having missed a large part of the session because we had our guest, Professor Orfal, whom I had to escort. But I followed what you just said on externalities, and I have the following question. Some of these the reasons leading to these externalities may not be well known in advance. Some have to be discovered. To give you an example, we are so happy that we have so many friends, tourists coming to Greece, and we are happy that the economy flourishes because of the money that they are spending in our country. But in some cases, we notice only late that all these fluxes, uncontrolled fluxes of people, cause a tremendous problem to the environment, to the natural resources in Greece, may also be responsible also for fires, maybe, if there are not all the precautions there in order to avoid these things. So, and as all these activities are linked, this is only an example, as all these things are linked to externalities, I wonder whether your school has some research ongoing on how to early discover such externalities. I can imagine this is very difficult because from the moment you have to discover the reasons for the externalities, you have to quantify, of course, these for various scenarios in order to optimize the system, taking into account the externalities. This is only a question actually to Psaltopoulos or you, if you want to say something on that. Is it something that this university could take as an important issue in order to assist both other scientists in order to try to incorporate all these things in their plans, but also policymakers?
Thank you. I would rather prefer also to collect other contributions and questions and then give the floor also to, Nico. Nico Sedosiou.
Thank you. Just to add something on what Professor Mousiopoulos just mentioned, maybe the answer, maybe the solution to this problem was already mentioned by Professor Scouras through the words of Aristotle on metriotita, to avoid extremes, because extremes are always a very difficult issue to handle. On any case, I mean, we have extreme weather today in several parts of Greece. it's very, very difficult to handle extremes, and extremes in anything, even in tourism or handling the way the facilities operate under extreme pressure. Maybe we should go back and take a look and take another look on Aristotle and his sayings.
Can I ask a question to the professor from Bulgaria? You said that we should initiate youth to get more involved with the community. How would you propose to get underprivileged youth involved in community planning?
Anybody else? Harry online? No? Okay. All right, Marina, let's start with you.
Not being an economist and macroeconomist with a legal background as a first background, I will just skip the economic terminology. When we were discussing about how to plan better, but for me, first, maybe not because I do know Aristotle as much as you do, but because it's a matter of ethics and it's a matter of our preliminary choices, speaking about the balance between planning and lifing, because life is lifing, you know, and we can live in harmony and align with it, but it's happening also to us, not only for us. So between these, we need to have into consideration things like what we preliminary observed and what preliminary planned for the sustainability, because sustainable development, we all know it's about first discovery, then balancing, and then taking the choices. So if we speak about the balance between the three pillars, I have a very good example speaking about tourism when, if you remember, 1 decade ago, probably in Dubrovnik, there was a huge boom of traveling because of the Game of Thrones. Because before that, it was, okay, very nice, medieval city, you could handle all the passengers around, there were some damages, but not to the extremes. And this is a very good extreme, don't get me wrong, you know. To have this advertisement will stay for the decades, not probably for centuries, for the economy of the city. But what they had to face is that this huge amount of crowds coming from everywhere on the consumption pattern just to take a photo, to touch and everything else, really destroyed not only the livelihoods of the people who were living with this an actual city, but also for all around, not speaking about biodiversity, environmental damages with the flights, with the ships and everything else. So it was a matter of a political and citizenship will to stop it. You know, you can become greedy, you can become rich, but then there is a limit of this. And it is a matter of ethics, when it's enough for you to keep and develop the way you want to live, to continue living, and then keep it from the centuries if they come. So one of the things that I really enjoyed when they were discussing what measures they can do is just put a full stop on the second ship per day. So 2 ships per day, full stop, and no more. Same with the flights. Nevertheless, how many charter flights? You can be rich for 10 years and destroy everything, or you can be rich for 500 years, and then it will be slip by slip and step by step, but then it will be something that you balance. And that's why I think that the preliminary choice of people is very important. This is where the planning stage is, you know, you can see everything. Some of the things we cannot, of course, predict, but just have in mind this middle way that we were discussing in before. And for the public funds, there is something that I observed, because in Bulgaria, of course, it's absolutely the same dynamic. We are not prepared as politicians and as papers for the policy development that fast. So some of our political speakers speak about absorption of money, you can imagine. Others speak about transparent expenditure of money. And there are very few, very rare people, you know, who speak about investment. So it's again a way how you perceive the opportunity. So if this is something that is going to bring added value, it's fine, we can have it. But then if this is something that we should not, because we are not prepared, it doesn't turn into a cure or and it becomes financial burden because we need to spend the money in 7 years. We didn't plan them. We don't know what we are going to take benefit for that. But then we just have this period, which are somehow ephemerical periods. It is not like, I mean, we put it like a time frame. So for me, it is also a balance of if we would like to have some kind of development and absorbing or investing or whatever term you put, I think that investment is the most appropriate one. We need to plan for 30 years in order to have budgets for 7 years. Because this is the way we will be able to foresee the investments. We know that some of the investments like housing, like planning for urban development, like education, they are long-term investments, 4 years, 8 years, 20 years. It is not something that is happening on a very fast return on investment, political one or economical budgeting one, 12 months, for example. And this is something, again, like a decision for us, smart decision that we can take, you know, for the long term and just take it as a principle, not only as a voting way in some parliament. And the last question, thank you so much for this question for the youth, which are unprivileged, because I turned to live in a neighborhood where most of the people, nevertheless, they live in the capital of Bulgaria, they turn by the circumstances to become unprivileged because they stay even not being engaged or able to move enough, fast enough. They cannot engage with the social life or economical life or educational life within a huge cosmopolitan city like this is. So they don't have any kind of disabilities. They don't have any kind, they are not poor. They are not any other deficiency that we can put them. Only because of lack of free movement, they are still somehow marginalized. So people at risk are everywhere, and you can, and youth, of course, at risk, and you can find them on a different criteria. So it is very important when we speak about them just to have something which I always advise my students, especially the ones, because I usually work with students who are trying and building the sustainability programs. Nevertheless, it's in a community. It's like civil society, public sector, or businesses. Start with the heart, because heart will help you to find them out. There are many marginalized groups which are not self-defined. Okay, guys, I am, you know, at risk. These are the hidden people, and you have to listen very carefully to be able to distinguish them and somehow give them the label. Okay, you also need additional support. Nevertheless, it's another train or another bus, or it is something that can be localized. And this is my second recommendation, how to go with this. We need to localize the things and bring the solution as much close to the problem as it's possible. Because otherwise we think that somebody else, somewhere else, nevertheless, it's New York or it's Brussels or it's Athens or it's Sofia, will solve these problems, which can be sometimes solved on a very, very, how to say, particular basis. And not the last thing that I would like to focus on is not to give one solution that fits all. Because, of course, we cannot do the individualized medicine. It is usually, you know, now we are speaking about that everybody would have an individual profile and individual education, and you can customize to individualize the medicine and the healing of every single person. Not to that extent, because it's not probably efficient enough in economical terms, but also be able not to put people with labels and with boxes and just give another, how to say, another recipe for that, because there is no recipe. It is the dynamic of the harmony or the balance of the dynamic of the balance that is bringing the sustainable development. It's not something predefined. And of course, if you would be able, the first and the last sign of success would be co-creation, collaboration, co-implementation. If you are able to engage the group to start working for themselves, so now you're already on the path to success. So thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Zacharias, Professor Scouras.
Anna? Okay. I am the problem. I'm not the problem. Okay. So I would say that thank you very much for this discussion. It's the first time that I try to share my thoughts, let's say, coming from biology. And this was, for this reason, was Aristotle, let's say, the first I tried to mention. And of course, ethics, as Marina said, ethics are the most important thing. What kind of ethics we have? So Professor Sachs will talk about this ethics and the globalization. What is globalization? What is economy actually? What is life? What is disease? We faced all this kind of pandemic, COVID-19. We learned anything, we learned something. Or we just go to what is normality, how does it call in the politicians call, canonicότητα in Greece. What is normality? We have to prevent something in order to cure, because prevention is much more, we don't need to give a lot of money for prevention. We have to have ethics, we have to have understanding, we have to have information in order to understand first that we are biological beings. We are human beings. We understand that, or we are just using numbers and account and what this and the other. So, of course, I'm getting old. I'm very old now. I'm a little bit rock and a little bit musician, whatever. But what I understand is, first, we need to be healthy, and this is very important. And it will be very good to understand what we passed and what we have to pass. Endemia is here. New bacteria, new microorganisms are here. How will try to get out of all this? We have to survive and we have to live with this. So we need to put our thinking, let's say, just to jazz a little bit our thinking, to understand this and the other. Of course, economy is also what the metabolism of something is also economy of the organism. Thank you very much for listening.
Professor Michopoulos, Nico.
Well, I mean, the discussion becomes more and more interesting as time proceeds. You remember maybe in the beginning, Ioannis said the motto of culture is that the university has to produce and disseminate information for the sake of environment and society. By this, I mean that, unfortunately, society lacks knowledge for several things, and this is something that the politicians, of course, know and benefit out of it. I could tell you for hours the story. Pardon me? Maybe the alibi, yes. I could tell you stories on waste management, because what I feel is that if somebody tells to the society a story which is against some lobbies of people who see the economic benefit of their short vision of businesses, then you can easily become a Don Quixote. And I experienced this several times in my life. So we need not only the few scientists who know, we need also the motivated citizens who, of course, want to learn, want then to increase the strength of the positions that maybe the politicians then take care of. Otherwise, we will never find any let's say, proper direction, even if we follow the ethics of Aristotle and so whatsoever, because the lobbies are too strong. And they could tell also very current examples of what's going on in Thessaloniki. I don't want to make it more political, which demonstrate that this is the situation and that, unfortunately, we are not strong enough to change things that the lobbies want to do. Sorry for that, but this is the truth.
It's lunchtime, but still allow me also a couple of minutes, really a couple of minutes to contribute myself as well. I made 3 notes from the discussion and the questions. The first is metro. This is really very, very important. It is also one of the major ways how we also answer to the brilliant questions of Nikos, what to do with the things that we don't know. Yeah, just cautiousness. Don't push it too far. Yeah, so metro is something that is very, very important. The other thing is what just Nikos said, the time dimension of our analysis, of the cost and benefit analysis in any business related decision making, of the cost and benefit analysis in any policy decision making, how long your vision is, how long are the effects that you are taking into consideration. And actually, unfortunately, well, this is the core periphery model, which is from the heterodox approach, but unfortunately, in the regions of the world which are in the periphery of the system, or used to be the periphery of the system, the vision is short-minded. Why? Because people are living and developing in an area, in a region which there is no security, there is no constant way of functioning. So you tend to think more for what you can get within a day or within a week or within a month or a year. Endemic, exactly. Now, the other thing is based upon what Marina contributed. This is very important to understand on the basis of on having in mind the example of Dubrovnik and other similar examples. In the up to the middle of the 20th century, the economic development was mostly in terms of quantity. Therefore, also the problems of sustainability, because actually the way how we produce services and goods, wealth, is not more harmful than it used to be, but the quantity, the mass, is much, much bigger. So after the middle of the 20th century, we gradually started to understand that the improvement of wealth does not only come out of increasing the quantity, but also out of increasing or differentiating the quality differentiation. This is very important in modern economic development. And related to that, the increase of the value added. Because when you limit down the quantity, what you have is an increase of the value added of what you supply. So these two are the macroeconomic responses to the need of changing the way how the system evolves. not towards increasing the quantity, but towards differentiating and the quality and increasing the value added. A last word about the externalities. Just allow me to mention, which is important to go in the terminology to understand the different dimensions and the difficulty of the issue. Externalities can be positive or negative, can be from the side of the consumers or from the side of the demand, can also be from the side of the supply, so can result either from the behavior of those who demand something or can result out of the behavior of those who supply something. Can be macro or microeconomic in terms of they can result out of the behavior of one man, of one woman, of one individual, but can also result out of the behavior of the quantification of behaviors, and then can also be short or long lasting externalities. Finally, beside having in mind the importance of metro, we need also to have in mind the importance of deliberate neglection of information. So yes, it is very crucial to go with cautiousness because there are costs and benefits that we don't know, but let's also start to deal with those that we do know and to act in a direction to impose behavioral aspects and ways of behaviors so that at least the costs and benefits that we do know will be taken into consideration. So I think that we should go for the lunch break. Thank you very much for your contribution and participation. Thank you.
Then I restart. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, and welcome to the second last session of this year's Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit. After this session, we will have also the keynote speech of Professor Jeffrey Sachs. It's my pleasure to lead the discussion on the important aspects, of some important aspects of urban sustainability. We have, of course, quite a number of issues. I have the chance after the three distinguished panelists make their own statements to say a few words on topics that will not be on the center of today's discussion. But it's very evident that we have a very alarming situation. We have megapolis everywhere in the world in the meantime. The urban population rises and rises, especially in Africa and in Indian subcontinent. And this leads to severe problems. So enough reason to think about the all the aspects associated with urban sustainability. Even in this country, we have discussions which are have to do with the problems that become more and more urgent. Only to give you one example, the tremendous forest fires, especially this year, close to Athens, will certainly influence the microclimate in Athens to some extent at least. This means, and we will have afterwards a chance to hear on the urban heat island effect, this will be increased most probably. The air conditioning needs will rise. And there is here always a non-linearity because the air conditioners are heating the city. So all these things are very, very crucial problems which have to be early enough at least discovered in order that the policymakers can do something to reduce the problems. It is really a pleasure to have these distinguished panelists here in this discussion. I would like to present them. To my left is Professor Ioannis Orfal, Head of Division 4, Natural and Built Environment at the Cultural Institute of Technology. From 2009 to 2020, he was Director of the Institute for Meteorology and Climate Research at KIT and scientific speaker of the program Atmosphere and Climate in the Helmholtz Association in Germany. From 2020 to 2022, he was also the first Presidential Commissioner for Sustainability and Climate at KIT. He has co-authored over 200 scientific publications and has been awarded the Kentner-Kastler Prize of Germany and of the German and French Physical Societies, excuse me, and the Humboldt-Gay-Lussac Prize of the Academy of Science in Paris. Next to Ioannis is Dimitrios Melas, professor of environmental physics at our university. He earned a Bachelor's of Science in Physics from the University of Ioannina in Greece, and then a PhD degree in meteorology from the University of Uppsala in Sweden. His main academic and professional activities include air quality modeling, monitoring and assessment of the atmospheric environment at regional and urban scales, mesoscale meteorological modeling, and boundary layer meteorology. He has participated in more than 80 EU international or national funded projects, being the coordinator of principal investigator in 40 of them. He has published 3 books and 170 scientific papers in peer-reviewed journals with a very high record of citations. And to my right, Dr. Denise Bönke, scientific officer at KIT, Urban Research Development, again, Division 4, Natural and Built Environments, which is headed by Johannes Offal at KIT. She is since 2017, she has been simultaneously conducting research on municipal and urban climate adaptation together with city administrations or ministries. She taught at KIT in the field of urban ecology, urban microclimates, and now in the field of climate adaptation. She regularly communicates her research results relevant to planning and climate adaptation to administrations and the public through transdisciplinary lectures. So, I may ask first Johannes Offal to take the floor, and I suggest that you go to the...
I have brought some slides, so let's see whether I can upload them, start them. You have to share them, okay. Yes. Yeah. So first I can start speaking. It's a pleasure to be here. It's my second time in this particular lecture hall. Last time was in 2018, 5 years ago. That was in July, also I remember. And this is how it all starts with HEPTA, as I mentioned already. So the mic is on, okay. So also hello everybody on the internet from video. I brought some slides here to talk about what's going on at KIT, and it's just a pitch, so I will not talk longer than 10 minutes to be sure about it. It's actually a pitch I gave in Karlsruhe about 2 months ago, as you can see in the bottom of the slides, and it's mainly English. A few words will be in German because I couldn't change everything so quickly. So what's going on in research for sustainable urban development and why? So I just try to introduce a little bit the topic for those who are not so familiar. The first thing is, I mean, for us climate scientists in particular, as I was until 2020, the IPCC is really one of the highest standards that we have. And the latest assessment report, AR6, came out, a synthesis report in March this year. So last year there were other chapters of the report published, but the synthesis report is what goes to the policymakers. And you will find a lot about urban system, urban transformation, and urban cities in climate. And you can read it. In urban areas, observed climate change has caused adverse impacts on human health, livelihoods, and key infrastructure. Hot extremes have intensified in cities. Urban infrastructure, including transportation, water, sanitation, and energy systems, have been compromised by extreme and slow onset events. This is a very strong statement. And then even stronger, urban systems are critical for achieving deep emissions reductions and advancing climate resilient development with high confidence. That is the highest degree they attribute. And so you can see that from this very high expert panel conclusions that the importance of cities, of urban systems has been transmitted to the policymakers. And we as scientists have, of course, to take that very seriously. Also, Antonio Guterres, the General Secretary of the United Nations, you have probably heard him many times. He's warning a lot about climate change. And he also has said this fantastic phrase, cities are where the climate battle will be largely won or lost, largely won or lost. So we have to be aware that cities are super important, both suffering the effects of climate change and also contributing to the greenhouse gas emissions. Also, the United Nations already in 2015, as was mentioned already this morning, have decided the Sustainable Development Goals, as you all know. And I hope you also know that the SDG number 11 is Sustainable Cities and Communities. So if you are interested, you have to read it, because there's a lot of interesting material in there touching not only climate change, but sustainability issues. To look more carefully at it, this is taken from the German panel, the advisory board for the German government. And that was already released in 2019. It is called the Moving of Humanity, der Umzug der Menschheit, the transformative power of cities. This is still the Joe Schellenhuber spirit. He was, this may be his last work that he did as a director of the advisory board. And this figure is very important because it gives the numbers where you see from 1950 to 2050, so over 100 years, the development of the urban habitation, which really goes from below 1 billion to, in cities only, to over 6 billion. Yeah, you can see it here. And also that the increase, and that you see on the right side, and just look a little bit at the colors, and you will get the talk anyway, that the increase will, of course, be strongest in Africa and Asia. So we have to be aware that this transformation will happen in continents where we as Europeans have not a lot to say. So only science can actually have the language to communicate there, also to policymakers, to help to make a sustainable city development. I just want to make that very clear. So we are not in a position to determine what kind of urban development will take place in Africa or Asia. A little bit of history, just to tease you. Urban development has a long history, over 10,000 years, probably, we think. And there are models, even 3D models of these ancient cities. If you go to the web, you will really find fantastic 3D models of these ancient cities. But I wanted to mention that this is also very much linked to climate. For example, you needed climate stability, of course, to develop cities and agriculture and all that stuff. And even the inverse effect has happened, as it is known now, that was from one of our major newspapers 20 years ago already, that the Maya civilization actually disappeared, probably because of climate change, and the cities were not adapted to that. Yeah, if it's a very famous example, and it's a climate researcher who found that, Gerald Haug. Gerald Haug is a climate researcher from formerly Karlsruhe, now in Mainz. He's actually in our advisory board, Climate and the Collapse of Maya Civilization. Just to mention that if you ever go to Mexico, you can find that easily. Now today, this is a picture of Europe. And unfortunately, I mean, I have not all Greece on it. You see, even Italy is half missing or so. But this is just to give an idea that cities are easily visible from satellite during night. These are just standard satellites where you can see it. And also the effects of cities. For example, one of the easiest gases, as you have just learned for the students, you can actually look at the gases which are emitted, like NO2, for example. And this is nearly the same map. It's a bit bigger here. And you can really see that all the cities are emitting NO2 in huge amounts. So red is a lot of NO2 and blue is nearly nothing. And you can see that the cities are really huge pollutants. I mean, just look at Madrid, for example, or Paris or northern Italy here. And you can also see Athens, of course. So why KIT? And then I said not longer than 10 minutes. First, urban development is one of the oldest topics at KIT. And it was initially already a transfer topic because we had a leading person 200 years ago, Friedrich Weinbrenner. You see a drawing here. And Friedrich Weinbrenner was director of a private building school in Karlsruhe. But that merged in 1825 with an engineering school that was actually led by Gottfried Tuller, a water engineer who worked on the River Rhine. And this is how the Polytechnical School Karlsruhe was founded, as a merger between these two other schools. And it was actually the first polytechnical school in Germany. Zurich, for example, was only founded in 1855, 30 years later. And you see here at left an old city map of 1825, where you can already see all these buildings that were designed by Friedrich Weinbrenner. So he was not a scientist, he was an architect, so to say. But so he worried about the aesthetic aspects, but also the practical aspects of city development. And since then, I mean, I just show you a few pictures. That was 90 years later, for example. This is our main road in Karlsruhe. You see, it's a very small street. Then you see the old electric trams, the cable trams that were there. And this is now in 2015. So you still have the trams, which look much newer, and you have bigger trees, of course, and it's a small pedestrian zone. And we have projects how it would look like in 2035. You see no cars, no trams anymore, happy people, and still very green. But you know, we work on our cities. That is what I want to highlight here. So our cities are where we are. It is our very close environment, our built environment. And so we as scientists, we have to take care that the cities develop also here in the right direction. And this is how we can also show what the important criteria and parameters are to develop our cities also to other continents and countries. We have a few projects I just want to mention since it's my introduction here. So for example, we have a cross-cutting activity called Urban together with the Umweltforschungszentrum in Leipzig in Germany. We have a project, pilot project Sustainable Urban Development in the Helmholtz Association in the so-called SYNCOM platform since 2021. You see, for example, here on the right, maybe you can recognize me on the very right. This was in the parliament, in the German parliament in November 2022, so nearly a year ago, where you see, for example, also Ortwin Renn, who is one of the leaders in society. There's also 2 members of the parliament, and where we had a panel discussion on urban transformation in Germany. We also have a project on the roadmap, the national roadmap, to make urban observatories called OBENO. This is one of the projects. And then also we have in KIT, in Division 4, a so-called strategy project, which is called Urban Research at KIT, that we started in 2020 already. So for now 3 years, at the highest level of KIT, we have decided to improve and enlarge urban research. This is also why we hired Denise Böhnke, who is an expert in the field. So that's why she's here today. And you can see, for example, on the right, where we have different topics like urban planning and governments with 2 professorships, climate impact, air quality, 6 professors, 5, ecosystems, society, the so-called real world labs, 7 professors, sustainable urban value chains, we have 5 professors there, mobility, 2, energy management, renewable energy source, only in cities, okay, 5 professors, and then sustainable design and climate neutral buildings, that's from architecture, again, 4 professors. This is what we have already. These are over 30. And we will add over more than 20 new professorships in the next 2 years in this area. And these are the denominations of the professor positions. And you see there are many things like climate ecophysiology, urban environmental data science, as an example, circular timber construction, and so on. So all this is already decided, and we have already started implementing these professors. Like, for example, AI and climate sciences has just been, Peter, I think he has started, right? Per Novak, yeah, for example. Yes, so we think about having climate and urban as a overarching activity in the next framework of the Helmholtz Association. So that will then run from 2028 to 2035, roughly. I will about retire then. But so it will become a very big topic at KIT. And we are looking forward to collaborate in particular with Thessaloniki University, Aristotle University in this area, but also with other partners in Germany and in Europe in particular. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Ioannis, and congratulations for the way that at KIT you are tackling this tremendous problem. We need to increase our knowledge, and as your motto apparently is, to improve the knowledge and disseminate to others for the sake of the environment and the society. Therefore, again, thanks a lot. And now I would like to ask Dimitrios to take the floor and to concentrate, of course, on the urban heat islands problem, which appears to be very crucial, not only for our cities in Greece, but also worldwide, a tremendous problem.
Thank you.
Well, my talk will focus on the urban heat island, and actually I will try to give some details about the climate change impact, the projected climate change impact on the urban heat island. Right from the beginning, I need to clarify that this will be from the point of view of an atmospheric scientist. I will not touch very important aspects of the problem that do not belong to this topic. This is a well-known picture actually showing the definition of the urban heat island. It's the temperature contrast between the city and its rural surroundings. The reason for this is the interaction between the controllable and uncontrollable factors. You see a list of them, like the anthropogenic heat release, the impact of the buildings, the thermal properties of the urban surfaces, and also the absence of vegetation. However, I think this demonstrates better the essence of the problem. You can see satellite pictures from June 2019, where Western and Central Europe was under the influence of a heat wave. And you can clearly distinguish between the cities and the surrounding areas. These examples are for Milan and Madrid. You can see a temperature contrast of the order of 3 to 4 degrees Celsius. Of course, this is ground temperature. However, we expect a similar effect in the atmosphere. All the results I'm going to show are coming from 2 research projects. One has just finished. It's called LIFE-ASTI. The full title is Implementation of a Forecasting System for Urban Heat Island Effect for the Development of Urban Adaptation Strategies. Actually, this project focused on the development and implementation of forecasting systems for the urban heat island and a heat health warning system. This was finished last year, actually, and it was succeeded by Life Series, which is a short title for a system for integrated environmental information in urban areas. Now we expand the idea and we try to combine the effects, the synergy between heat stress and air pollution. Both projects actually focused on the area of Mediterranean, and we included a number of Mediterranean cities, mainly Thessaloniki and Rome, but also as replication other cities like Heraklion in Greece and recently Nicosia in Cyprus. I will show you just a few results for Thessaloniki. And we will first start from some important features of the urban heat island. In this image, you see the diurnal variation of the urban heat island intensity, defined as the temperature difference between the urban area and the surrounding suburban area or rural area. It's interesting to see that the urban heat island is more consistently observed during nighttime. You can see that there is a background temperature difference of the order of 2 degrees Celsius. The urban heat island intensity is increasing in the morning hours, achieving a maximum in the early morning hours, and then it's decreasing. And you can see that around noon or early afternoon, it almost diminishes. It even becomes negative in some cases. So the main temperature difference between the urban center and the surrounding rural areas occurs mainly during night or early morning hours. This has the following implication. You can see the daily temperature range at a station located in the city center for the warm months of the year. In the city center, the daily temperature range is below 8 degrees Celsius. However, if we move less than 10 kilometers from this place, at a station located at the airport of Thessaloniki, which is considered as a suburban area, you can see the daily temperature range mostly or most of the time exceeding 11 degrees Celsius. So why do we care? We know that the urban environment is significantly degraded. I will actually focus only on one aspect, and that's human health. We know that the increased temperature as a result that we have an increase that we have a significant increase at the level and the risk for morbidity and mortality. This is the analysis of 11 years of data for Thessaloniki. With orange color, we denote the summer period. With blue color, we denote the winter period. And we can see a very clear pattern, actually. We have a maximum during the winter months, and this is to be expected due to spreading of viruses in the cold weather, and also the difficulty of our body to deal with these infections. However, we can also see a secondary maximum occurring during the summer period. And this is the analysis of mortality, risk for mortality, as a function of temperature. You can see that around 22 degrees Celsius, we have the minimum mortality. And this is increasing towards higher temperatures and also towards lower temperatures. This is a J-shaped actually curve. It's important to see that the mortality risk at 40 degrees Celsius is increased by 130%, which is really remarkable. Based on this, we have estimated that we have about 155 premature deaths due to high temperatures and about 90 premature deaths due to low temperatures. Another concern for the human health is air quality. According to estimation that have been made, more than 4 million people, about 4.5 million people, are losing their lives yearly, globally, of course, due to air pollution. In Greece, and specifically in Thessaloniki, we have elevated pollution levels. And you can see that a few months ago, Greece was convicted by the European Court for the case of Thessaloniki because the air quality limits were exceeded for a number of years, actually in the period 2005 to 2019. And this is the analysis of mortality data for Thessaloniki. And you can see that with a lag of a few days, we have an increase in the risk for mortality due to high levels of PM10. You can see here the levels indicated, and also the same for ozone. And these are actually the estimates. The increase of mortality was 20% at high PM10 levels and 15% at high ozone levels. Next question is there any synergy between thermal stress and air pollution? Obviously, we would expect such a thing. And let's start from the impact of the high temperatures on air quality. We know that some pollutants are sensitive to the environmental conditions, including temperature. And these are the results from an analysis we made in a number of Chinese stations during a period of high temperatures. Actually, this refers to 3 Chinese cities, all located in Yangtze Delta: Shanghai, Nanjing, and Guangzhou. And you can see the increase of ozone levels as temperature is increasing. We are at comfortable levels when the temperature is relatively low, or these levels. And then this is increased almost by a factor of 2. The same also is shown here. This is the area of high temperatures, and this is the same for ozone. You can see it's a very similar pattern. So if we combine these two, you can see a clear synergy. For high PM10 levels, we have an increase in mortality due to an increase of temperature. The same applies to NO2 and also ozone. And you see the estimates that mortality risk is increased by 25% at high temperatures, 20% the same for NO2, and 15% for ozone. This is more complicated. I will try to explain briefly. This shows the two-way effect. And you can see the increase in risk in different environmental conditions, referring both to pollutant levels, and heat stress. Actually, in order to isolate the effects and show this more clearly, what we see here is actually the difference in mortality risk between low temperature and high temperature situations. And it's clearly shown that at high, medium, or low NO2 levels, for example, you have this increase in mortality when you go from low temperatures to high temperatures, the same for ozone and the same for PM10. You can see here actually a very high number. Next question is, what is going to happen with the urban heat island? Is it going to be affected by the climate change? This is relatively new. It shows the studies that have been performed globally concerning the impact of the climate change on the urban heat island. The size of the dots shows the number of the studies, while the color shows whether they show a positive, a negative effect, or no effect at all. And it's really very interesting to see that most of the studies are concentrated in certain geographic areas. Luckily, Europe is one of them. However, we can clearly see that these studies are not conclusive. Some of them indicate a positive effect, some indicate a negative effect, and some show no effect at all. So this is clearly one scientific question that we need to target in the next time. So what we did is we tried to simulate the situation for Rome and Thessaloniki. We used the WRF model for 3 nested domains. Large one with a resolution of 50 kilometers, one covering central and east Mediterranean with 10 kilometers, and finally high resolution 2 kilometers simulations over the area of Thessaloniki and Rome. It's also interesting to note that these were performed under scenario RCP 8.5, a business as usual scenario. It might not be very realistic. We all hope that there will be better solutions than this scenario predict. However, this shows the cost of inertia. As expected, the number of heatwave days will vastly increase towards the middle and especially the end of this century. Actually, we expect them to increase by a factor of 10. You see also the criteria for this. So we expect the maximum temperature of the day to exceed 37 degrees Celsius and the average to exceed 31 degrees Celsius. So the heat wave days are expected to increase vastly, actually by an order of magnitude. These are the results of the urban heat island intensity for Rome and Thessaloniki. This is the reference period, this is the middle of the century, and this is the end of the century. So actually we have a mixed bag. The number of heat wave days will increase vastly. However, the urban heat island is not expected to increase significantly. Actually, we expect a slight decrease in the area of Thessaloniki and a slight increase in the area of Rome. So finally, I have put 3 questions here based on what I have presented before. I think we need to put more effort to study the synergy between heat stress and air pollution, because as I showed before, we expect to have a synergy and higher risk for human health. We have to study the future impacts of climate change on the urban heat island. Most of the studies are not conclusive, and we need to see this in more detail. And finally, we have also to include a more detailed study about the future climate change interaction with air pollution. There is a number of studies. There are some results, however, they are with a coarse resolution, and we do not expect them to reveal what is going to happen in hotspots like the cities. So we clearly need an investigation that will be based on higher resolution simulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dimitri, both for your really exhaustive analysis, but also for these questions which you posed in your last slide. Of course, the scientific community and the architects and civil engineers are asked to think how they could mitigate the problem that appears to become larger and larger. This tenfold increase, which you showed, is dramatic. Therefore, thank you again. And now the next and more or less last panel presentation, because what I will say afterwards is very short, is Denise Bönke. The floor is yours, Denise. You have your presentation. Fine.
Mm-hmm. Is this one? Okay. Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here and for the invitation. I'm happy to be here again. Was here in 2021 in Professor Musiopoulos' group and made some measurements in the city. So my talk is from the topic very close to my former colleague speaking. But also I'm an officer of urban research, and this is why I want to put the question here, why urban research? And we are also in the context of sustainability, why we're here. I think this question is reliable. And there are two things that I want to present you, or ideas that I want to put in your mind before you go. So why has research a growing interest in city? There's this one aspect that we see over the last decades, and also the projects say the same, that more and more people live in cities now and also in the future. 2007 was the year where, for the first time, that humans live on Earth, the same amount of people live in cities than in rural areas. Normally, rural areas ruled over thousands of years. And this is why some research say we are now in the decade, or now in the area of the urbanized world now. And if you think of that, so we have more people living in cities that need to be fed, that for their daily lives need a lot of things, which is a really challenge in the future if you think of climate change and also what it means to agriculture and everything like that. So on the one hand, we see cities have a lot of effect on their surroundings. So 1 square kilometer of city, people living in cities, you need 200 square kilometers of land to feed them for food, energy, fresh air, everything, and 600 to 1,000 square kilometers for the waste. You really have to, let it sink deep. This is a lot of land that we use when we are living in cities, and we don't see that. It's somewhere else, but we actually, we are part of this. So this is why we say cities are the key to sustainability. If we don't change our behavior, we will not get a sustainable world. The cities are the key. This is why, this is behind that. And on the other hand, what my colleague also said, of course, cities are very vulnerable to climate change. For example, because of the heat, or in the moment because of flooding, and in Germany or in other parts of the world. So, and many people living, many critical infrastructure being in a city and are affected by climate change. So I think these are the two pillars that why we can say cities are really interesting and key in climate change and the research that we conduct in the future. The drivers for climate change were also put in the last talk. So I will not go deeply inside. So I always think of the normal, if humans would not be there, we would have forests. So you always can think of the natural state would be a forest and very cool and everything. And what we put in is our buildings with their heat storage and everything potential. So yeah, we can go into detail, but I don't have time. And we just change the surrounding, and this is the effect, what we get. It's getting really warm. And I was here in July 20 and 21. It was really exceptional hot. We had a lot of heat waves, and I got the opportunity to make measurements around the city, along the Hagia Sophia, from the sea to the inner city, and to measure the heat at 17 with 17 stations. Just to give you an idea, the average temperature in the city was 28.5 to 30 degrees. The airport was 28. The minimum temperature was 22 to 24 that the city was overheated, and the maximum temperatures from 36 to 42 degrees, and in the airport at 39. So we don't see such a difference at the maximum. And I'm always very interested in very local things. So now you see something from Karlsruhe, what we did also with the students. There's a square, city square, and I'm in the future, when we go out and we don't have a park and Greece, so Thessaloniki don't have many parks. There's a lot of squares, and also in Karlsruhe we have a lot of squares. What will happen there? How do we feel in the summer? Can we see in this city square which are better, for example, below a tree, and where are the parts that are really where we have to do something in the future? And I did the same where I was here in Thessaloniki with a thermal camera and also tripods and some measurements. And I was at the square. It's in the end of the Agis, Sofia, and Anopoli. I really liked that, observed the people, and it was very interesting. Just to give you an impression how different the temperature could be. So in the morning at 7 o'clock, the temperature at the surfaces were about 25 degrees. So there's no solar radiation. It's just the heat storage that we have, that you have 25 degrees in the morning or even 27. But of course, if the sun comes in, then we get the real differences. So about the shaded or non-shaded in the morning or in the at 2 o'clock in the day. So and what I point out here is if you have grass, then you have 36 degrees, and if you don't have grass, you have also 52 degrees. So just having a non-sealed surface is not the key. You have to have vegetation, just to give a short thing. And below trees, it's much cooler. Just to a short impression about that. Yeah, and also the bench, you will not get a cool bottom. It's also 30 degrees. Okay. I think this is going to be an important statement as well. I compared the measurements that we have at the Thessaloniki airport, which is the blue one, and in Karlsruhe, the red one. And what we see here is that, because this morning we heard that Thessaloniki is, let's say, really hot, or Greece is influenced by climate change due to the heat more than the rest of the world. And we have the same in Karlsruhe and the Plain Valley, because we are in a very warm part of Germany. It's really much warmer than the rest. And we also have a class 2.4 in the same time as you have a class 2.6 degrees. So I see many similarities between our cities. And these similarities even exceed when we look at I like this research very much. They made so they wanted to give an impression what climate change means. What are 2 degrees? What does it mean? And they took I think it was 1.5 degree scenario and compared cities around the globe and said, okay, statistically, is a city today comparable to a city 2050? And they compared, for example, London now and London 2050 not comparable, but London will be comparable to Barcelona. So this, I think you can grab now what this will mean. And if you, and the next stage was if they statistically checked every city, they could say that it's 1,000, sorry, this next one, 1,000 kilometers in the south will be the stadium that you will find in your city 2050. Interesting fact, Karlsruhe is 1,000 kilometers north from Thessaloniki now. So for me, I think that we will have similar conditions, or please, I mean, researchers will stone me now, but comparable conditions from heat aspect in 2050, like Thessaloniki has today. And I think this also matches us and shows that we are, yeah, from the research point of view, we have a lot in common. And yeah, this is what I want to also put in this speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Denise. Of course, Thessaloniki and culture have much in common, in spite of this delta. I don't wish culture to have similar problems like Thessaloniki today. Hopefully, we will be able to solve problems in both cities. Thank you again. Let's see. So, knowing what the panelists would present, I thought, in order to put some more material for the discussion, to generalize a little the urban sustainability problems, because as in our laboratory, we are working in the last years very much on circular economy. I think that cities have a very profound role in circular transition, because all these, of course, are of importance towards sustainability. I think that it's clear that, as already has been said, that in the coming decades, there will be an increasing importance of the cities, because we heard it already, and we saw even pictures that the urbanization trend is continuing. There are, of course, quite a number of infrastructure investments ongoing. In Athens at the moment, we have the largest European public construction work ongoing in the old airport of Athens, but there are, of course, other examples as well. And there is also quite a lot of problems related to the rising urban middle class. You can imagine in countries in Africa and in the Asian, especially Indian subcontinents, people want to have some of the habits that Europeans and North Americans have, and this means that there will be more and more. Oh, sorry, there's a small technical problem I have to. Sorry again, now we can continue. But I cannot change the slide. So, I have, I think, covered most of this. We have, of course, also economic losses as a result of structure waste and negative environmental impacts. Before the lunch, we had such a discussion with Zaporizhzhya. And correspondingly, cities are increasingly recognized as the central generators of circular change. And now you see the major problems which are summarized on this transparency. We have here most of the consumption, most of the waste of resources, energy and water, underutilization of assets, inefficient transport, problems with air and water emissions and noise, and of course the 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions. Quite a number of problems. And what could be the remedy or the solution? We should have clean and shared mobility systems. We should have shared and leased with end-of-life recovery as regards products. We need production with local value loops and industrial symbiosis. This morning we heard something on symbiosis from an ethical point of view, but I believe the industrial symbiosis will be very important to reduce waste and to improve the way that we use raw materials and energy. The urban bioeconomy with organic byproduct waste recovery and urban farms, which could be even important to reduce also the heat islands, I believe. Energy production, which should be renewable and local to reduce the distances of transport of energy. Reverse logistics to facilitate the reuse, repair, and remanufacturing, something very important, which is ongoing, actually. The buildings, which should be modular, shared, and designed for disassembly, because here we have, again, the tremendous problem of linearity as against what we would like to have, the circularity. And last but not least, digitalization. We need digital tools which will facilitate sharing, recovery of applications. So 4 pillars I would like to present here. The built environment, which should be, as I said, designed in a modular and flexible manner. Energy, we need resilience, local solutions and distributed energy systems. The electrification of cars, by the way, is a profound challenge for this locality solution. Of course, the infrastructures in our cities have to be there in order to achieve that this works in a proper way. Mobility, as I said, should be accessible, affordable, and effective. And food systems where nutrients would be returned to the biosphere in an appropriate manner while generating value and minimizing food waste. Minimizing food waste or finding ways that food waste would be then, again, in a circular manner, returned possibly to energy, biogas, for instance. And to finish, this would be a smart city approach following these pillars. And here I did not forget the social infrastructure, which has been discussed in the second panel this morning. The problems we have to do with education, social care, and healthcare. So, dear colleagues, dear students, this was only some addition because urban sustainability is, of course, has the urban heat island and microclimatic points as major problems, but it's not only heat island and microclimate. And therefore, I think that we now can discuss. What I would suggest is that we have about 50 minutes. We could have questions from you, especially from the students. But if you want to have a very short intervention, you have microphones very close to your seats. Please, then I will sit again and we can start our discussion. Thank you very much. So, who would like to start? Questions or interventions?
I have two comments. Since I started talking, I can already make two reflections here. And so I would actually really appreciate if you also join us here. It's a panel discussion with me. We all discuss, yeah? The first thing is that I tried to show you a few pictures about the urban transformation in Karlsruhe the last 100 years or so, 120 years. And our cities are transforming anyway. I mean, cities are not static beings, static systems. So they are evolving. And what we try is to team up with city planners. It is very important that we as scientists, all together, we come together with the people who decide on the city development. And I mention this because it sounds very easy, but in Karlsruhe, for example, to give you a real world example, we can do selected studies. There's no problem to investigate Karlsruhe as a scientific object. But when it comes to planning, it becomes a bit more difficult, you know, because there are many aspects that have to be decided in cities. And it is not that we as scientists can just come up and say, please do this or do that. And this dialogue has to be established, and that's not so easy, but cities are developing. And so my second point was actually that we have also to come together with the citizens, the people who live in the cities. And this is an approach that we have pursued very successfully already in Karlsruhe, and we are continuing. Through information, through dialogue also. And what we have learned is that the people who live in cities, and so you mentioned social studies, we have to look at the population. For example, both these cities, Karlsruhe and Thessaloniki, are student cities, university cities. So a significant part of our population is rather young and may not stay in the city. And we are in a discussion. What would they expect from a future city, and how can we bring these pictures together? And so my last illustration is especially because I think we should not only discuss about heat islands, but it is not just the mortality. You know, people don't like heat waves in cities, yeah, which is something that we really, as climate scientists, we are confronted with all the time, because the effects of climate change are not always so visible, yeah. But if you live in a city and you have a few days of a really good heat wave, yeah, it's not just that people die, but people will just not like it at all, yeah. And so that's very important. So we have to be very careful about what the citizens think and how we can respond to that. That was my little grain of salt, yeah.
Thank you very much. Very valid points. The only thing I can say is that the opinion of the motivated citizen is key, because if a few scientists appear and say their opinions to the policy makers, they will most probably not react at all, because they are only a tiny fraction of the voters. So we need the non-fanatic and well, let's say, informed and educated citizens. They are key, and the role of universities, you're entirely right, that having these large universities in these two cities, and having also the SDSN youth here in Thessaloniki, because our network hopes that more and more students will come to follow what we are saying and maybe bring their own ideas. They could influence very much policy making, I believe. Thank you again, Ioannis. Yes, Kostas.
Yes, thank you very much for the very insightful presentations and the comments. I have a simple question and a general comment. The simple question to, I think, to one of you. So I noticed that the airport of Thessaloniki is 10 degrees higher than the center of Thessaloniki. Is that right? Or reverse? It was, yes? Yeah, yeah. The temperature. I think the Professor Melas showed a diagram where the temperature at the airport of Thessaloniki was 10 degrees higher than the center of Thessaloniki?
That was the daily temperature range. This means that this is
the fluctuation, you mean? Or?
No. This is the difference between the highest, the minimum and the maximum temperature of the day.
Okay.
So
yeah, otherwise there would be
a dramatic
right.
difference between day and night.
The aircrafts and the emissions, or just because the airport is close to the sea, it's an open area, and then we have the center of the city with the buildings and the air is not recirculating and so on?
Actually, it's mainly due to heat storage in the urban area. Most of the urban surfaces are capturing effectively the solar radiation, and they store the energy which they release during nighttime. This is the problem of hot urban nights that we all experience during summer.
Okay. And I'll try to describe it as simple as I can. So when we had the crisis in Greece, probably you also noticed that the car traffic dramatically reduced. And I remember I was seeing some projections of the Ministry of Development about the fuel consumption that were going really high. But of course, at this period, these projections were not correct. They went down. And of course, the pollution went down. So my question is, as far as I understood, your prediction and extrapolation models, they point to the worst situation, worst future. And this is good to show to the people in the politics and so on, and to plan the future. But how would it work if the models consider the critical parameter of consumption, of water, fuels, whatever, but on the other way, to reduce the consumption? So what would the models predict? A better situation, probably. Can the models predict this and show this to the politicians instead of showing also the worst case scenario?
Allow me first to somehow correct you a little, because during this very bad period for Greece, you're right that because of less traffic, we had less traffic emissions, but because of biomass burning, especially in residential, and this was a catastrophe. We published this in a number of publications, Environmental Science and Technology, among other. This brought to extremely high PM2.5 concentrations just at the residential area where people stay, some of them all 24 hours a day, and all working persons 16 hours a day, which is much worse compared to if you would have, let's say, bad air quality in the center during your working time. So it was a catastrophe. But to the other point, to the other part of your question, well, every model provides results to the assumptions that you make, and emissions, of course, also assumptions, which you can never predict really what will happen in future. It's always with a degree of uncertainty. And a very clear example was this period for Greece, the 2010 until 2016 or 17 or something like that. And you only can update the calculations when you get more precise data. But the politicians, of course, have to plan following some assured assumptions. And the only, to me, a very sure assumption at the moment is that climate is changing. In spite of the opinion of Mr. Trump and others, the climate is changing. And we can really plan until 2090 or whatever that there will be these changes that we have seen by the colleagues, and especially for the urban areas, it could be really dramatic.
For example, I'll close my comment. For example, what we say also to our students in our field in biorefining, making biofuels and so on, as soon as you make the biofuel, if you burn it, again, you produce CO2, if it's from petroleum or from biomass or whatever. So that's why I'm pointing out the critical parameter of consumption. So at least in green chemical technology and green chemistry, what we say, produce and consume less. This is number one. So I don't know if this can be also your critical parameter in your models for the future, for the environment and the climate.
Actually, I fully agree with you. We need to do both. I mean, we need to show the cost of inertia, political inertia, that could lead to a very bad situation. At the same time, we have to show ways to mitigate this and even adapt. And that we do also. I haven't shown any results. For example, in one of the projects we have been studying, we have studied the certain interventions that for scenarios that the municipality of Thessaloniki has explained to us. For example, what if we increase for the green areas in Thessaloniki? So we do both. But for some reason, I showed only the results concerning future impacts in the worst scenario.
I like the Karlsruhe with the green thing with no trams. I hope Thessaloniki will come like that sometime.
Hello. Ms. Bönke, thank you very much, and also for the other speakers for the presentations, but especially for you. I really liked the observations that you did in different locations, that at some points, under certain circumstances, there's more or less temperature. And as we know, the temperature is rising and we need to work on that somehow. My question is, which recommendations do you have, and for whom? Who would you like to talk to in order to spread the message so that in the next future something will change? Because my observation is also that we, also from today in the mornings, in the morning sessions, we know all the facts that the climate is changing. We all know all the facts that we are one of the cause for global change. But also on the other side, as we sit here, we cannot do much about that. It's the policymakers, maybe it's the bigger companies that really can do a big difference. But of course, I also understand where you're laughing, that every one of us can also change something. But what would be your recommendation, and who would you like to talk to in order to really make a change?
That's a big question. Now, I was not laughing. I was just, there are so many answers that I want to give to what you ask. First, I thought about that a lot. So I think one problem is that we show that the energy sector is doing that, and the agricultural sector is doing that, and these are doing that. But if you translate it to why are they do this, it's because you and me eat something, we need energy, we want to have a car. So in the end, it's us driving the companies doing that. It's not like them or we, it's everything is us. So we are the system. And this is why I think you can do as much as as everybody. And of course, politics have to make the boundaries and say, no, not. And but also the society has to really understand what it means, and then that everybody wants to be part of the change we need. I know that is very idealistic, but this is how I think this can only work from what I saw and reflected on our problems of these days. Just a short note on the temperature thing. For example, in Karlsruhe, I measured that the sand in the children playground was at about 60 degrees. So it would be easy. So children burn themselves. It would be easy for the city government to just put something above that they can play in the shade. And trees are very important, but nowadays, I don't know why they like to cut the old trees and say, hey, we plant new ones, which are climate adapted. And I say, okay, but you have to water them and they will be growing, maybe will be old in 30 years if they don't die before. So please let the old trees stand. So these are easy things just for this climate, just a little piece. Yeah, I hope this was part of what
Can I
you
add on
wanted.
that just a
Yeah.
word? So I think well, we have a few studies now in Germany and also some even books on that there is kind of a saturation effect in warnings. You know, people have heard a lot of warnings about economic crisis and then energy crisis, and then came the pandemic crisis, and you know, whatever bad news we come up. So, and if we try to illustrate the need for urban transformation by warning or by dramatic examples, the worst case scenarios are important. I fully agree. We have to prepare for worst case. So I fully agree. But the citizens are tired of that. We just have to know that. And studies really showed they even start, and in particular the young ones, not looking at the news because they are just tired of hearing bad news every day. So instead was just drowned in mud, and 70,000 people couldn't listen to the music as they wanted to. And that was more important than any other thing happening on this planet, you know, because the people are tired. And what we have found out, talking to psychologists, social scientists, we have to come up with good news, but not just good news like everything's okay, but good news for the future. So what would be good examples? And also it is really proven that when you come up with good examples, you can show this part of Karlsruhe will heat up to 50 or 60 degrees if you don't have vegetation on it. And then you put something with vegetation, as you said it, and you said, look, it can be better, and it's so easy. And so we have to come up with nice examples, like you mentioned, the trees in the city of Karlsruhe, because there will be trees. And so we have to show good examples, and you know it also from your personal experience. You know, people think that the change is so difficult. As you said, we are the change, but in the end, if they see it's not difficult, and the future will not be a reduction of everything, and everything will be equal and much less than we have now, but the future will be better and greener, yeah, and not just greener, but more colors. We have to come up also with positive news, but there is something to do to achieve it. That must be the warning itself is not enough.
Your comment reminded me of actually something in child psychology. There's this book, The Defiant Child, and I think it's very comparable. So if you want to educate a child, it's kind of all these negative scenarios saying what you should not do and that you get punished and whatever, it doesn't work. I mean, it's clear. And everybody knows that if they're educating their own child, that normally you need these small nudging, and we had a great professor who died some time ago now, like last month, and she was like saying, okay, yeah, well, give the people only a little bit as there, and basically all these moral things don't work. So I think the important stuff is kind of yeah, we need to also talk to psychologists, economists, I think, and give kind of small nudging. And the question would maybe also to you, it would be, do you have any ideas if we could kind of give a little bit to people? It needs to be something we can give, where we should kind of nudge them first, kind of, if we gave everybody whatever, €100 or something to do something, what would be the first thing there? Because in the end, it's not much money. I mean, taxes and whatever, quite a lot of money, and €100 per person in a country is not that much. But what would it be where you would want to incentivize somebody to do something good, and what would be the thing that actually generates the most impact, the small thing that actually people could do?
Your question leads me, of course, to a more or less straightforward reply for Greece, because if there are some things in common between Thessaloniki and Karlsruhe, something differs considerably, namely the behavior of people as regards waste. Here in Greece, for instance, we are very, very bad in recycling, and we even do not collect bio wastes separately. This will start, hopefully, after the elections. The mayors are scared to announce it prior to the elections. Therefore, you see no brown bin, which according to the law should be everywhere here, in order that we put the organic wastes and food waste in these bins. And why would this be important? Simply because this would allow reducing considerably the amount of waste which is deposited in landfills. And of course, as you know, all these organic become good sources for methane, which is of course a terrible greenhouse gas, even if there are mechanisms to somehow take away the methane from the wastes. But this is not yet done here, and so we have countries like Germany where the landfilling percentage is zero, really zero, and here we have still 80%. So we can do something, and we can be positive to the people. We can tell them what are the benefits if they learn to behave in a manner of protecting their health, protecting the environment, and of course also their pocket, because the expenses of this bad waste management system are huge. This only as an example what could be positive, because it's only requests the people collaborate and do really something correct. And I think there are other examples of this type as well. I also fully agree. We should not more or less bring negative news, or we should say there is a chance, but you should do that.
Just also to your comment, when I was here, I lived in Anopoli and had a very good view on Thessaloniki. And I also spoke with Professor Papadopoulos, who told me that in summer, because of the air conditioning, you would need another power plant because you just need so much energy. And when you look at the roofs, you don't find any photovoltaic here, and I was really astonished about that. So if you would give me 100 euro, I would convince a lot of people to just install photovoltaics on the roofs in Thessaloniki, for example. Yeah, I think this would help a lot in summer. I mean, because you need it in summer here, and we will. In Germany, for example, it's forbidden for us to have an air conditioning in the university because they think we don't need that. Only the infrastructure needs it, and this will also have to change in the next years or 10 years. But just a small comment on that. Yeah.
No, you should hear me. Okay. So as far as I understood it, most of you have been in contact with politics and have also been consulting with them. So I have a simple question. Do they listen to you?
Yes, they do. It depends a bit on the on their own motivation. I mean, some just invite us because they want to formulate their already established opinion in front of a scientist, so to have this confrontation, sometimes even talk. But we are invited for discussions, even from very conservative parties. For example, I was in Berlin. CDU is not right-wing but conservative, for example, but the Berliner Kreis of CDU is really conservative, and they invited me and Stefan Rahmsdorf, for example, a few years ago, to have a discussion. And so we went there, actually. We usually don't go to the very right-wing parties because they don't like science, and we don't like them, so it's very mutual, you know. But if they ask us to come, we do. Also, when we go there, like, for example, in the Bundestag in last November, there was real interest. Now, the thing is that most of these policymakers, they know about all these issues. They are not stupid. They know these things. And they often ask us, like, for example, also the mayor of Karlsruhe, they ask us for low-hanging fruit, for quick solutions, cheap solutions. They would say we have no budget for that and all that. And this is also to respond to the 100 euro point. There's enough money to attack this transformation. We don't need another 100 billion euro budget in Thessaloniki or in Karlsruhe or in Germany to attack the beat, because the cities are transformed anyway. We have to convince the citizens, and the citizens actually, they do a lot of pressure on the policy makers nowadays, and this is why they come for us. That's why they come for us. So this is why I mentioned the citizens in particular, because when the citizens come and they would ask for an incentive and say, what can you give me, or what advice? So my first advice is always that they look directly in their very near environment, what they could change, and without a lot of effort, because very much, I mean, I guess it's again a Chinese saying or so, but you know, that you don't need a big effort very often to make things change. The small step is the most important, the first step, yeah? Once you start to change, the change has begun. And this is what I tell people, and I try to tell it in the most positive way. And then they would ask me, even the policy guys would say, what car do you drive, yeah? And so just to fulfill that, I said, okay, this year, and it's true, I installed a photovoltaic device on my roof, and the photovoltaics is changing my electric car, and this is some effort, of course, but if you make the calculation in the end, it turns out to be a positive revenue in the end after a few years. And then they may say, yeah, but you are a professor and you have a lot of money. And then they come up with saying, okay, so we need some incentives which actually do exist, and so on and so on. But I think it's more like a cultural problem. And for the policymakers now, either they are convinced that they have to do something, or they must be convinced, or they really block the whole discussion. I mean, they would invite us, but they don't really listen to what we say. Actually, so this, they go for science, as Greta Thunberg said, yeah, and we have to advise them, and they do listen. They do listen, and I think the same will be true in Greece probably.
Your patience. One more question by Mr. Schutz.
I have the direct comment to this. Sometimes I'm doubting that it's enough to speak to policymakers in a way that they're politicians, mayors, or so. Because at some parts of the society, like me as a civil engineer, you're dealing with balanced values, right? On one side, there's a sustainability, but if I look into building codes, and this accounts for everything, like building structures, infrastructure, roads, whatever we use, there's safety. And this is the holy grail, the holy part of every building code. It's about safety, yeah. And maybe even here in Thessaloniki, even more because of earthquake risk and so on, right? So, and this level to break that there's maybe something beside which is called sustainability, and there can be a balance between, right, is incredible hard to get a normal engineer to understand. Even engineers, they work on the building codes in Germany, for the new Euro code or so. There's nothing in the whole basic document for the Euro code which speaks about sustainability, or that maybe a sustainable solution should be preferred, right? So I'm listening to you. I understand that you understand the problem even more than me, but I think what must be done, right? Because also these people sitting there are not stupid in a way, right? They're smart, but they have this holy grail of safety. Every structure have to be safe, and I agree with them. But to put this other thing in between, people will argue maybe it's not safe enough anymore. Yeah, this is maybe a different point to this discussion, but it was really urged me, and I would like to have a comment, you know, because I can speak to people, it's no problem, and make them clear, and people understand that it's about sustainability. But there is this competing interest in this building codes, for as one example, or kind of regulations in total.
What I would like to say, just to your comment, is most of the politicians, at least I work together, do not like hearing suggestions and recommendations which have a very long application period, because what they, of course, think is their re-election. And so they want to have something announced and done within a very limited period where the results are visible to the voter. This is a problem, but this is valid in Greece, in Germany, and elsewhere. So, but if you say to somebody, in 10 years from now, we will have solved the waste problem in Thessaloniki, he will say, well, good luck, and do nothing. At least this is my opinion. To your question as well.
May I just quickly answer also Professor Stutz's comment? I mean, yes, there are actually a lot of conflicts of interest in the urban system? And you mentioned one of the most important ones, and the answer is unfortunately time. It will take a long time. It will actually not take a few years or so. And so I warn usually also policymakers not to make over-ambitious goals for very short periods, like we want to be climate neutral in 2030 and all that thing, you know, because they have no plan and no clue actually how to achieve this very often. And so these over-ambitious goals, they have a very negative effect in the end. So I'm pretty sure that in the building codes, and we are both young enough still, I think maybe in 10 years or 15 years, we will see that this evolves, but it will take a lot of time. Yeah.
Now it's your turn, and then I ask the chat if there are several points in chat. Yes.
Thank you. Referring to the previous speakers, also to the point of how to how to convince people to use maybe other ways of transportations or other ways that are environmentally friendly. I would like just to share one personal experience, how it came into my system, actually, this kind of thinking. So Karlsruhe is not a big city. So for me, it is actually very feasible to take an electric motor scooter and to go on the road from A to B. But while doing that, I'm standing in a traffic jam. And while standing there, I'm really breathing the gases right on time from the cars, from the motorcycles and so on. And at this moment, I really realized what happened here. I'm standing there with zero engine. There is nothing but this electric battery, which is just waiting to go. And then I really feel the difference, which happens in front of me, next to me and back to me. And I really understand what we are doing in a larger scale to the planet. So maybe this is one of those keys to make this awareness even more to people when they really feel what it happens, what it means. I don't know, sitting in the car, you don't smell the gases. Sitting in the car, you don't really realize what's happening. But maybe time to time, expose people to some elements or some things that they really, you know, understand. Wow, this is the difference.
Thank you. A very valid point for me. Give me a second. Are there any questions in the chat or not? No. So there are other things, obviously, because we saw that there were 4 messages. Then, please, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I read, I think it was about 10 or 15 years ago already, that having like green roofs and green exterior walls would be very, very positive for the urban climate and also for the interior climate. It made sense to me. I'm wondering, I don't see that anywhere, like neither in buildings that are built new, nor like advertisement or something to actually do that. It's just absent everywhere. Do you know anything why that is that case?
Well, there are solutions in some places, but in the meantime, there is an alternative which appears to be even more promising. These are so-called super cool coatings and colors or whatever. A colleague of us who was professor in Athens and now in Sydney, Professor Sandamouris, is world leader with projects in Riyadh, in Africa, and also in some European cities. So, and this appears to reduce the heat island amplitude by possibly a few degrees. So this could help mitigate the problem. So the answer is, of course, it's worth thinking of green roofs, but there are, of course, other problems. I'm not a civil engineer, but I can imagine the insulation because of the problem of water. Water is always a problem, especially on the roof. Increase the cost for such activities. I don't know, Nico, if you want to say something on that, because you are a civil engineer, you know, an expert on water.
Yes, thank you. First of all, let me congratulate everyone for your contributions. It was really an excellent session. Just a comment on what you asked Professor Musiopulos on green roofs. There are, it's a very good option, but there are issues that still need to be faced. One is water. The second is the weight, because there's a lot of weight, and we are thinking of proposing green roofs in the university, in the campus. But especially if you have old buildings, it's an issue. Weight, the extra weight, it's an issue. But it can really make a difference. Now, I also have a question, if I may. you all, or at least most of you, mentioned the issue of digitization. Digitization is very important, especially in cities and the future of cities. I mean, Internet of Things, smart devices, smart cities. This is the future. This is something we are looking forward to seeing in the future. But I understand that there is a backside of that. It's there are several reservations on the influence of artificial intelligence or internet security or things like that, that we need to consider at the same time as we plan the cities of the future, as we plan smart cities. We also need to have in the back of our minds how we are going to face such problems. We don't want to end up like the guys in the Stanley Kubrick's film in 2001, Space Odyssey. So what are your views on that? What can we do about it?
Well, so I think I mentioned it this morning. So in KIT, for example, we have identified 2 huge transformation areas for KIT as a system, because we are 25,000 students, about 10,000 employees. So we are a small city, so to say, with our own infrastructure and so on. And so we created a new vice president position for that, on digitalization and sustainability, because these are the 2 transformation areas. And it's a very special position, of course. We just hired everybody in the university. Everybody wants to deal with digitalization. So we all want to have our electronic badges. We want to have our email account. We want to have a digital student records and all that. But to go further, I mean, to come back to the city, for example, what we need is, first of all, a very clear idea of what we should do first. So when she started, she had this fantastic saying. She said, not everything at once, immediately, not everything to 100%, yeah, and not everything. And that was very interesting that she started saying these things. So we have to prioritize a lot. And for example, if it comes to this, for example, the security aspects are probably one of the most important ones, because the big companies have started now to be very much interested in all that digitalization. Think just about Google Maps, what now they are leading in this traffic software components, and actually you give away your own information for free to them as soon as you start using the software, yeah, for it, just as an example. And and in particular, all these cities, we have a so-called Städtetag in Germany, for example. The cities, they talk to each other, but they do not have a lot of political or economic power, which I actually find very strange. When somebody asked me whether the policymakers would listen to us, I was invited to the Städtetag last summer, and they asked me, what shall we do? And I said, you are a superpower, you know, because over 70% of the population in Germany are living in cities, and they say we have no power, which is completely wrong. I mean, they should just organize. And yeah, and for example, even also for the digitalization aspects, they should not sell one by the other their cities and the infrastructure to companies. I'm not against companies, don't misunderstand me, but they have first to make clear what their interest is, and they have to talk to each other. Actually, my last slide in my talk was, I cannot show it now, but was from the Bible. I didn't show it because I didn't think it was appropriate. You know, first time I found that the city was mentioned in a written record besides the Gilgamesh epos. You know, Gilgamesh came from Uruk, which is possibly older. But in the Bible, the city is mentioned, which is the Tower of Babel. And the Tower of Babel was built, and it was called a city because in Mesopotamia at the time, a tower and a city was the same word. Yeah, and people became selfish and egoistic, and they started to argue, and God punished them, by giving them different languages. So they could no longer talk to each other, and God dispersed them in different countries, and so they stopped building the city. This is in Genesis 9, number 11, if you want to look it up, yeah? And so they stopped building the city, which is from the Bible. And it's because they did not have the same language. And so if we want to change cities, we have to find a common language. And if we talk about digitalization in cities, we have to have standards which do not come from software companies, which should come from the citizens and who are represented in a democratic way, usually in the city councils and so on. That's very important. We should not be driven by economy in that case. Well, the data security and or protection against any bad use of this data is not only related to sustainability in cities. We all have credit cards, and we're of course scared what happens with this electronic. And so, of course, you are addressing something very important. And from the moment that I hear in digital ways of doing things, I see always in tandem the need to have all the precautions and all the measures taken so that the appropriate use of this data happens. I can imagine that this is also something that KIT, although they don't have a law school for law, which we have here, and we have very active colleagues working on that. So for sure, this is essential. I can imagine there are bureau offices where a simple sensor would notice if nobody is there, you can lower, of course, automatically the thermostat or whatever. All these things are trivial in the meantime, but they are not installed everywhere. And I can tell you, if you remember for sure that when we had 2008, the way to control via temperature the heating needs of our school, of our faculty of engineering, we had a 50% reduction of energy costs for the university, for our faculty. So it's important to have such sensors. Okay, we have another 10 minutes if we are allowed to go as planned and half past. Afterwards, there's a coffee break and then the speech by Jeff Sachs. Are there any further comments? Yes, please.
On the topic, I would have another comment, and I would like to hear your opinion. About you talked a lot about the urbanization trend in your presentations. I saw it in each of them, and I was wondering because I mean, very recent developments like the remote working has gone up since COVID came up. Now it's widespread accepted by companies, even hiring even only for remote jobs. That was impossible before that. We have this AI revolution, if you will, going on. This ChatGPT will change our lives in the coming months and years, and jobs are going towards working on computer, working online, and machines getting smarter and automatization, all this stuff. So what I mean is that there's a lot of very recent things going on, which kind of make working in cities not a requirement anymore. So my question is kind of, it might become attractive to live in the countryside with less pollution, all that stuff. Assuming the urbanization trend doesn't hold as expected, or maybe there are reasons why they still should hold, what would that change? Would that, what would be the impact of that? Can you comment on that?
I had also this reflection several times, and I was looking at it and I was asking experts, maybe the others also answer. In the third world, as we said before, and now we say developing countries, and I prefer to say, you know, Africa and Asia, just to name the two continents where it really happens, where the population is increasing like crazy. People don't go to city just for work. They go to city because they want to live there, because in the country, it's just the living standard is much higher. And it has to do with the provision of goods, as Nikos mentioned. So you need it's very difficult in the countryside. And if I say countryside, it's not romantic, you know, if you look, for example, at Africa, but also at some places in Asia. So also I have to say that the megacities, most of the megacities are near to the coast, because it's for the same reason. It's because they have to have provision of goods by the sea, including standard food, for example, like we have seen now with the Ukraine conflict, where Africa was deeply touched by the provision of food from Ukraine, as I wasn't actually not aware of that before, and so I think the city trend will continue for sure. I'm quite convinced. And to add, of course, to this, in Africa we expect that until 2050 there will be an additional population which is double that of Europe. So it's crazy, but all these people, of course, have these trends to go to the urban areas. Are there any more? Yes, please.
Maybe following on to that comment, so are there already plans on, because that sounds like there's gonna be a lot of city development in Africa, so are there plans and involvements in how to coordinate and probably help building up those cities? Like, is it as something that is actually on some agenda?
What I can say to that is that there are, of course, plans, of course, in order to come and compete with China. China recognized this development very early, and the whole of Africa, there is quite a large Chinese influence. Your previous minister, Müller, spoke on a possible Marshall Plan for Africa in order to construct infrastructures there to help, of course, construct more modern, let's say, smaller cities maybe, and to avoid, of course, the fluxes of migrants to who would like to come, of course, to Europe because they know that these living standards are much better in Europe. So there are efforts, but to what extent they will be successful, I am not very optimistic.
I have a critical comment on all the technical, let's say, hopes we have also for climate change mitigation. Because we talk now about Africa, if we see the prospects for Africa, for example, or also Spain, or so many countries with climate change, then lots of countries will not be inhabitable anymore. People will have to move. We will have a problem with water. And from, let's say, the past, I would guess that this will not be in a very nicely way and common way in a together done, but maybe lead to a little bit of chaos and war and whatever things we don't want. But these problems that are ahead of us. So also security in buildings, I find that a little bit kind of contrasting to, we want to secure everything in a maybe too much manner at these days. And on the other hand, things will happen that we don't have in our hands, and that will contrast the security we want. And I also think so this is a really critical comment. If we just put on technology, so that we can go on, and in 20 years we have the technology to put everything out of the air on CO2. Yeah, I hope we have the ability to do that in 20 years. Do we have it? Do we have the stable conditions? I mean, Corona showed us how fragile our stable conditions are. And this is something I'm a little bit, let's say, afraid of, or not so sure if we will have the stable conditions we need for this technical solutions we just want to have in future. So sorry for all technical persons here, but just something to think of maybe. Yeah.
Well, that's a very good point, but what would you do then? I mean, like, how would you react to the development?
Maybe just jump in here. The point is, somebody yesterday, in an opening statement or a lecture, he cited a Chinese saying, and he said, "May you live in interesting times." And he added that this was actually a curse, a Chinese curse, because interesting times means, in that case, it's turbulent in a way. So, you know, that may be war or a crisis and all that stuff. And I had the thinking, I do not remember quiet times. You know, I'm not that old, but I'm happy. I have never experienced war myself in Europe, here in Germany, for example. But we had a lot of difficult times. We had the Cold War, including nuclear power competition. We had AIDS, we had COVID now, we had economic crisis. So, I mean, times were never that easy. So I'm not a blind optimist. I'm not naive. I don't want to say things will become better just by themselves. But this is why we scientists have to play a role, because we have the knowledge. And without knowledge, we don't know what the good steps are. And it will not come for free, but we have to steer and to direct humanity in the right direction without being ambitious and to saying we control it. We just have to provide our knowledge to society so that they understand that we work on that. the advancement itself cannot come by us. This is not in our role. And the same is true then for Africa, for example, and Asia. What we can do in Europe is that we address these super complex systems, urban systems, cities, to study the different aspects. And what in the end has to be provided must be nicer than what we have, and must be also nicer than these standard cities which just develop by themselves without any control or so. But so we have to think about it, but without establishing plans for regions which are not for us to decide upon. Yeah.
And maybe this was not a misunderstanding, but of course, I'm also positive for the future, but I don't think that it's just technology, it's the society, and that we change our minds. And of course, we have to reduce our wealth. We have to reduce what we do in every life. So this is the other, I think this is something that was mentioned today from others too. And yeah, so we should not lose this from our what we can do board. Yeah.
So I would like to thank, first of all, our colleagues on the panel, Ioannis Ofal, Dimitri Melas, Denis Bönke, for their contributions, all of you for listening, and of course the large number of those who participated in this very interesting discussion. Thank you, Nikos, for giving us this chance to have this panel discussion here. I think we can close now. We have a coffee break, and then most probably the school goes downstairs. I mean, those who would like to follow the speech by Jeffrey Sachs are, of course, more than welcome to come back at
5:15. Our appointment with Jeff Sachs is at 5:15. So
okay.
We now have the coffee break. I'm not sure if you have a coffee break at the summer school. If you don't, you can join our coffee break, or you can compare the two coffee breaks. So thank you very much, everyone.
And I think we should make a picture if somebody is prepared.
Yes, I think we do, but probably they decided to skip our workshop and just the keynote speech. I'm sure they will.
Hello?
Hello, Jeff. Hello.
Hi, I'm so sorry. I somehow got double booked.
No problem. We know and we understand that you are traveling virtually from country to country, probably from continent to continent. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for finding the time to join us. Let me make a small introduction before giving you the floor. It's always very difficult to introduce Jeffrey Sachs, but I will try to summarize a few things. Professor Sachs is a professor at Columbia University and the former director of the Earth Institute. He's known as one of the world's leading experts on sustainable development. Professor Sachs is the director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University and the director of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. He served as a special advisor to the UN Secretary Generals for both Antonio Guterres and Ban Ki-moon for sustainable development. But apart from this information that one can find on the internet, I need to add that Professor Sachs, a very good friend and supporter of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. He received an honorary doctorate from our university a few years ago, and he visits Thessaloniki as often as he can. He was here with us in early July. Being the chair of SDSN Black Sea, I need to emphasize his strong and continuous support to our network. This is very important for us. Professor Sachs is also well known for his passion on ancient Greek philosophy and especially on Aristotle. And Jeff, I was actually listening to an interview you gave on Swiss TV a few days ago, and you were asked about your political beliefs, and you answered, "I am an Aristotelian."
Yes.
So thank you very much for being here with us, and we're all ears to hear from you.
Nikos, thank you very much. Can I ask who is participating in? Is this a Black Sea network or AUT or? Yeah.
It is. This is the Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit. It's something that we organize every year. It is organized by SDSN Black Sea, and this year's topic is on urban sustainability.
Yes. Thank you for all that you do, Nikos, and thank you for also your role in the Council of Engineers for the Energy Transition and your leadership at AUT and your leadership in the Black Sea University Network and your leadership for SDSN for the Black Sea region. You're playing such a wonderful and crucial role, and I really am grateful. You've asked me to speak a few minutes about urban sustainability and SDG 11, which is calling for a sustainable urban environment as part of the overall SDGs. Let me just note two things at the start. We're at the midpoint of the Sustainable Development Goals. Stock of where we are at the midpoint. The answer is not a good one. We are not really, as a world, either properly organized or making proper efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. In our world of nation states, the SDGs are mainly left to national effort. Some governments are working hard on sustainable development, others not. But at the global level, despite sustainable development being a truly global agenda requiring global coordinated action, whether on climate or the oceans or the world's ecosystems, biodiversity, pollution, which is carried transboundary, the fight against extreme poverty and so forth, there's little global cooperation right now. Our focus and energies are on geopolitics and war. This is a huge tragedy because I think it's right to say that almost all wars are completely avoidable through diplomacy, and the Ukraine war is no exception to that. It could have been avoided, it could have been ended, it's not being ended, and the tensions between the US and China also threaten to boil over. So this has absorbed a huge amount of the political capital and energy in the world, unfortunately. Second point is that next year is another UN summit that I think will have resonance and a potentially significant effect on public opinion, and that's called the Summit for the Future, which is a summit of world leaders called for by UN Secretary General Guterres to consider the fact that our existing institutions are anachronistic. We're already a quarter of the way into the 21st century, and we need basic reform of the international institutions. So I just appeal to everybody to think about next year's Summit of the Future. We'll be working on that, thinking about what kind of inputs, what kind of advice and advocacy we can prevail upon world leaders when we take this rare moment to step back and consider a longer time horizon, both looking backward to the founding of the UN in 1945 and looking forward at least to the end of the 21st century. Now, when we turn to urban sustainability, the situation is no different from the SDGs more generally, which is that the goals of ending slums, investing in urban infrastructure, in urban sustainability is at best a very mixed picture, where we see some leading cities making some major advances, but we see also a lot of cities, especially in poorer countries, that lack the financing and the wherewithal more generally to invest in sustainable development. So the picture is very mixed, and there is really no international system right now to address urban needs per se. We have a UN organization, Habitat, but it does not have financial resources or a mandate that is strong enough to make a difference. At the same time, of course, we know that the rate of urbanization in the world continues to rise rapidly. The world is now probably, on official data, about 56% urban. I think in reality, 60 to 65% urban, because a lot of what's called rural these days is rather densely settled places that are peri-urban and really our urban environment. And the rate of urbanization is going to continue to rise well above 70% by mid-century. One of the fundamental drivers of urbanization of the last 2 centuries, of course, has been mechanization of agriculture, and that is not going to slow down. So we'll have more and more mechanization. We'll have robots doing a lot more of the work. It means that the agricultural labor force will continue to shrink. I think this will happen even in low-income countries where wage levels are very low. So the poor will be increasingly in cities because there will be no jobs in the countryside, and people will migrate rapidly to the cities. Africa is urbanizing at an extremely rapid rate. It's urbanizing so fast that it's living with infrastructure from the 1950s and 1960s in terms of water supplies, sewage systems, urban transport, and so forth. And yet with populations that are 5 or 10 times higher than the populations of the 1960s. So there's really a massive crisis of infrastructure, especially in the low-income settings. So you see the data that slum conditions are pervasive and spreading, but what it really means is an incapacity of local governments to keep up with the burgeoning populations that are flooding into urban areas, and I think will continue to do so, looking for jobs, healthcare, power, water, sanitation, health services, and so forth. Now, this raises for me 3 fundamental issues that I just want to touch on briefly. The first is, what should a sustainable urbanization entail in the 21st century? In other words, if you are in urban design or landscape architecture or urban architecture, or civil engineering, what do we mean by a sustainable city? And I think this is perhaps the most fundamental question. In a digital age, in a green age, sorry, I keep getting beeped here. Let me try to turn off something. In a green age, in an age of digital connectivity, in an age when people can work from home, as I'm doing today, in an age when we need to electrify almost all services, including transport services, in an age where autonomous vehicles are really likely to be a major input. What should the urban environment look like? How can it be structured? What should public transport look like? Are we going to have a shift out of office buildings into remote work, and so forth? And these are the big challenges of urban design. Add to that, of course, the fact that cities everywhere need adaptation to ongoing environmental stresses. So the heat island effect is massive and requires attention through new building materials, new building design, and so forth. The droughts and flooding and other conditions that are attendant on global climate change are also hitting cities all over the world. So the agenda is an agenda of adaptation to ongoing environmental change, resilience, and best use of future technologies and green technologies. So cities, I imagine, are going to be all electric in the future in terms of their energy use. They will be probably more distributed, less with a central business district, much less automobile dependent than in the past, certainly in central urban areas, much more public transport, much more need for universal digital access and digital services, and other things that you as urban experts can tell me better than I can tell you. But this first category is design. And we need, I'm sure, in each part of the world, new design for climate and environmental adaptability, resilience, circular economy, green technologies, and digital technologies. So that's the first point. What will cities look like? The second major point is, how will cities finance themselves? And this is really a big challenge, and to an important extent, an unmet challenge. In virtually every country in the world, the core of finance lies at the national government, whereas a predominance of infrastructure investment responsibilities lie with the cities. So there is a pretty deep mismatch between financial capacity and financial need. And I am co-convening this year a one-year commission co-chaired by the mayors of Paris, Mayor Anne Hidalgo, and the mayor of Rio de Janeiro, Mayor Eduardo País, to look at this question of urban finance, because it's quite basic. All over the world, mayors have an idea of what to do, but they lack the financing means of how to do it. Sometimes they're able to negotiate with the national governments, often they are not. So this commission is going to look at the question of urban finance in three ways. First, what can cities themselves mobilize in terms of finance, for example, through better deployment of land use and land and property taxation. Second, what kinds of systems of revenue sharing within countries can ensure that even though the tax prerogatives are at the national level, these are shared adequately through state and local levels according to investment needs. And the third is reform of the global financial architecture, which is almost entirely right now organized around nation states, national governments, the members of, for example, the World Bank or the European Investment Bank and so forth. And the question is, how can international financial institutions either be adapted or invented in order to provide urban financing? And so this commission is going to report next summer, actually at the time of the Olympics in Paris, and issue its report in advance of Brazil's G20 summit, which will take place late in the year 2024. But with Mayor Pace of Rio de Janeiro co-chairing the panel, we feel we have a good direct line into the global leaders in making recommendations on urban finance. And the final point that I want to raise, especially in this context, Nikos, is what can we do regarding urban training and urban education? The skills that are needed for sustainable cities are pretty new. First, the basic engineering skills and tools, the GIS tools, the digital tools, the modeling tools are new and advanced and quite powerful, but they are not widely known, and they are not yet, I think, in the hands of urban authorities around the world and young people who will become important staff of city governments around the world. So I believe, as in so many other areas, we should be implementing a global education program on the future of cities, especially through online education, a number of modules, and identification of the particular technical skills that are needed, perhaps a worldwide training of urban officials at a senior level in the planning offices of cities around the world, as well as in the SDSN network, so that these questions of optimum design and finance of sustainable cities is taught in an ambitious way and reaches people who need it. I've seen in poor cities around the world repeatedly the fact that city governments are overwhelmed by their current realities, by the pollution, by the natural hazards that are coming, by the range of challenges, by the influx of population, and lack the technical skills to model alternatives. So if we could think about a kind of online expertise and training in critical areas, I think there would be a very, very high return on that. So these are the basic thoughts that I wanted to share with you. And let me thank you again for the Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit. And thank you, Nikos, personally for all your leadership. And back to you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you for finding the time. Thank you for the very important points that you raised. I mean, all 3 points that you focused on are very important, and they need to be implemented all together. It's not something that you can choose. You can implement 1 or 2 or 3. We need to focus on all 3 points in order to have a result, because this affects our future. Our future lies in the cities, whether we like it or not. So we need to focus on that. Let me just ask you something, Jeff. In the coming 2 weeks, there will be a lot of meetings, as you mentioned at the beginning, at the United Nations. What do you expect from that? We are in the midpoint of the implementation of the SDGs. What do you expect from these meetings?
So we'll have 3 kinds of meetings. We have the G20 on the 9th and 10th of September, just coming up later this week in Delhi. We have special meetings at the UN next week, including the midterm review of the SDGs, and then high-level meetings on universal health coverage, on pandemic response, on tuberculosis, and on some other topics. And then we have, and the SDG segment of the UN General Assembly when world leaders come to the podium at the UN. I don't expect huge practical breakthroughs right now because I haven't heard of almost any. I've heard of a couple of steps that may come out of the G20. I'm hoping that the African Union, for example, will be invited to become a permanent member of the G20. That would be a very big step forward because it would bring 1.4 billion people to the table with one voice, the AU. But in terms of actual outcomes, I doubt much. The tensions over Ukraine are so great, and over many other things are so high. Of course, President Xi is not going to the summit in Delhi. President Putin's not going to the summit in Delhi. I think it's unlikely we'll see specific, and I know the US, because it's also, as it endlessly is in a election campaign season, the government is thinking only about re-election, not about governance. And that's a shame because the election is more than a year off. So I'm not expecting too much at the G20. At the mid-review of the SDGs, I'm expecting some hand-wringing, frankly. Some governments will say, here are good things that we're doing, but many will bemoan the lack of global cooperation and adequate financing. And a theme of the Secretary General repeatedly is we need fundamental breakthroughs in the global financial architecture so that the poor half of the world, which lacks access to market finance, can scale up its investments. So I think that that will be the message at the mid-review, which is we're committed. There is no alternative agenda. We can't give up on this, but it's not working. And I don't know of any specific major breakthrough on the table. I haven't heard of any. Then will be the segment of the leaders coming to the UN. And I think that this is going to be very poignant and very interesting. The first speaker at the high-level event each year is the president of Brazil. This is President Lula. I think this is especially opportune because he's a world problem solver, very inspiring in my experience. And also he will be host and president of the G20 in 2024. So I'm hoping to hear from President Lula as the opening speaker a way forward and some advice to the world and to his colleagues about how to make a breakthrough. Typically, the second speaker is the President of the United States. If we hear that the US is committed to the Sustainable Development Goals, I'll fall off my chair. I will be delighted. I'm afraid we may hear a speech only about Ukraine, war, complaints, and so forth, but maybe we'll hear something better. So the answer is, I don't know of any breakthrough likely in the works in the next 2 weeks. Getting this discussion, nonetheless, is extremely important. And sometimes we are surprised on the upside by what we hear.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you again for finding the time. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for
My
your
pleasure.
continuous support. Thank you very much.
And let's work on these topics together as always.
Yes.
And we'll see you shortly.
Yes, we'll see you in New York in 2
Great.
weeks.
Wonderful.
Thank
Thanks
you.
so much. Bye-bye.
So thank you very much. This ends our summit with the words of Jeff Sachs. It was an interesting summit. We had a lot of discussions, a lot of issues were raised. We had excellent panelists. And now we are going to process all these things that were discussed, and we are going to issue a report on the things that were discussed. As you heard probably a few times, these sessions were recorded and they will be uploaded on our website. And we'll also ask the permission of the speakers for their presentations to be uploaded as well on the website, so everyone can refer to and go back and find the several interesting things that were discussed today. So thank you all very much. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for joining us. We will be here again next year for the next Sustainability Summit, but we also have a lot of things that we prepare and present from time to time. Thank you very much. Thank you.